something about this music. It's slapping. I can't like it. Let me think about Will Smith. I don't know why, but anyway. Hey guys, and welcome to Little Blackbird 91. We are giving you guys a live on Married at First Sight. Yes, it was an epic episode as always. We had Dom and McKinley finally kicking in the can. Okay, they kicked in the can and finally said good night to their marriage as well. Jasmine is letting us know throughout the episode she wants some good D. Okay, listen, I'm just gonna tell you straight, she wants her back blown out. Okay, because and I don't mean that of any joke. She genuinely made a big ass scene about it through her facial expressions that she wasn't getting some good D. Okay, she wasn't getting none of that. Okay, she wasn't swelling the whiff of it. Okay, all right, she just want something. You know what I'm saying? Someone some making cupcakes. You know what I'm saying? So. You know, we know about that about her. And then we also had Gina and Clint. I'm not fooled by Clint. Clint don't give a hook about her. Okay, Clint. Every time Gina be talking, have you noticed that Clint's head is down? Clint's head is down and looking to the ground. I didn't notice it till this episode properly. I'm like, this guy. Every time she's talking, his head is down to the ground. He does not care for this relationship. Okay. And then we also had SHAQ and KIRSTEN. You know, KIRSTEN obviously now, you know, rubbing his head like a genie. Apparently, you know, that's her level of affection, what it's worth. You know, the friends came around and, you know, she still weren't trying to give some milk and gurgays. Okay, all right. She ain't even giving milk, let alone some gurgays. She ain't giving them nothing. You understand? My old boy isn't getting nothing. I'm not gonna lie to you. At this point, I would have given up. Okay, because I don't need to fight this feeling. Okay, because when I get that feeling, yeah. And then we also had Chris and Nicole. Wow, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, the friends said something really interesting. Don't let her bully you. I said, God damn. I said, oh, okay. Sir, we're gonna need you to put some boundaries up. Okay, we're gonna need you to stand on your 10 toes and hold your position. Okay, you're a little bit too nice. You see, this is what I was saying about nice guys. He's nice, not good. Because it's like, you need better boundaries, sir. Better boundaries, sir. You know, but there's a lot going on tonight, a lot going on in this episode, a lot going on this particular show. But today, I will not be doing it alone. I'll be joined by some really cool people on the panel. All right, so and we'll have some polls during the course of the live as well. So we look forward to a good conversation today. But before I get that, let's do some house rules for your baby. All right, so listen, for those of you that are new, if you're new in this chat, okay, we keep it cute, we keep it nice, okay, and we keep it funky around here. All right, make it funny in the comments, but let's not make out people's appearances. I want to keep that to absolute minimum 0. Okay, minimum 0. Let's leave people's appearances alone. Okay, I know it's kind of cute to make the little comments, and it's funny when we're dropping them comments, but you wouldn't say that if you were facing that person face to face. So let's not make this a space where we can say things that we wouldn't say to someone's face. All right, keep the comments cute, make your observations, say your point. You know, argue a little bit if someone's gonna, you know, argue and keep it cute in the comments. You know what I'm saying? But let's leave people's facial appearances and hair and all that kind of stuff alone, unless it is to match the behavior. Okay, all right, yeah, we want to keep it cute. And listen, for those of you who are new as well, make sure you click on that bell button. Yeah, get the notifications. Okay, then click the like button too. Okay, subscribe. I mean, I said that in the wrong order. You probably should subscribe first, then like, and then obviously click on that bell button, because we want to be able to, you know, get you guys to get the uploads. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No one. Just letting them know for the newbies that are here. Don't worry, Crystal. And also as well, again, if you don't know the motto around on this channel, you got the minerals. You got the minerals. Stay hydrated because the streets out there, they're kind of hot. All right. Coolie, yuli. All right. Let's get into this particular episode. I'm going to bring up my panelists up to day. All right, cool. And we'll get the conversation flowing. Yes. What's goody? What's goody? What's goody? All right, cool. Crystal with the. I'll have to get my shades in a minute. I'll tell you that for free. Everyone looking crispy. JR, you looking smooth, bro. You change the camera in it. Oh wait, you're mute. Hold on, sorry, my bad, bro. What you say, bro?
Yeah, little upgrade. Had to change the camera.
Brother, it looks too sweet, Kes. You're looking dangerous, Kes. Huh? You want the girls to steal you away?
No.
Yeah.
Just reinvested in myself, man. That's it.
That's what you're calling it. Okay, cool. No worries, so I like that. Reinvest in yourself. Trey, what are you telling me, brother?
Chilling, bro. Chilling.
Chilling. We need to hear you louder. Just speak loud a little bit, sir.
Too low? Can you hear me better?
You low. Speak again.
All right, I'm trying something new with this new mic.
Because you look clear, but we need to hear you.
Can you hear me, guy? No.
A little bit more. Let me see if I can turn you up as well. Hold on. I may be able to turn you up. Let me see if I can turn you up a little bit. Go again. That's better. I turned you up. All right. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah?
We good?
We're good, bro.
I'm chilling, man. Chilling.
You're chilling, yeah? You're at home today?
Just trying to stay crispy. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. We love that, brother. Stay crispy. You understand? Crispy. Crystal, what are you telling me?
Hey, family. Hi, friends. Shout out to sticking to your making a decision and sticking with it. Get that divorce done. Get out of here.
Not her saying to get that divorce. Okay, Crystal, I hear you, baby. With the shades out here, baby. I'm with you, girl. Don't worry about it. Hey, Kay, what's good, man?
Hey, everyone. Love the shades, Crystal.
We appreciate you, Kay. Kay, you still haven't got this thing sorted.
Listen, Linda.
Hey, don't let me send Sean there. Sean is waiting to come and fix your thing for you. Yeah?
Listen, let's leave Sean out this conversation. Thank you.
Sean, where are you, sir? Thing to be fixed. Appreciate you, Kay. It's good to have you on board. All right, cuzzies. All right, so woo. All right, so we're gonna get the conversation flowing once more again. Let me set out a poll as well for you guys for the first couple. We're going to get that conversation going. It's good to have you guys here again. Listen, let's get the likes up. There's 250 of you guys and climbing. Let's get the likes up before we start this show. I want to see you guys. Okay, we've got 65 likes at the moment. Listen, click on the like button. Yeah, before we start the show, I want to see it get up. Let it get up. Up. Okay, let it be up. You get me? Yeah, I've had a lot of sugar today, guys. I had a chocolate cake. I had a Cadbury chocolate. Then I had I've had pineapple and coconut juice. All the carton. There's a lot of energy running through me right now. Okay, so guys, up. Okay, like a lot of energy today. Okay, you feel me? All right, cool. All right, let's get into the show. Someone said they need Sean. Well, go and message him then. Yeah? Go and message him then. All right? He's waiting for you to message him. All right, enter his DMs. All right, you want to see Sean? Enter his DMs. All right, cool. Let's get the show going about Married at First Sight. Let me get my banners up and then we'll get the conversation flowing. In fact, let me get everybody's quick summations of this episode. And I mean quick. I'm going to keep it to a minute maximum. So as soon as it gets to a minute, I'm just going to mute you. I always say that, but I don't do it because I'm not that mad. But JR, give me just a quick summation of this episode. What was your opinions and thoughts of this episode?
Okay. I'm gonna start with the obvious one. Dominique. Man, I think she showed the immaturity. She quit too quick, in my opinion. I'll tell you why. Because we know that she's been kind of critical of McKinley. I know he has flaws and everything, but this is a marriage you signed up for, and I do get the impression more now that it was her mum signing her up for the show rather than something she did by herself. I don't think she's ready for marriage at this stage. It's not a criticism. It's just, on observation as to how she's acted so far. I wasn't surprised when she quit. It made sense from the trailers that we've seen before, but I was surprised that she gave up so early. And I know we'll get into it a bit more, but the after show, she pretty much blamed McKinley for everything and took no accountability. So that was the first thing. I did see also that there were some interesting interactions, particularly around SHAQ and KIRSTEN. Now,
Get your last thoughts in, because this is opening panel. I'm just gonna keep it short, so we're at the minute. So get
yeah,
his last
okay,
point out.
okay. So yeah, SHAQ and KIRSTEN, very interesting situation there with what the feedback was for them. And I want to say Jjasmine and ARRIS. I was particularly interested in their feedback. That's all I got.
Appreciate you, JR. Trey, quick minute or two. Just give me a quick summation of the episode for you. You know, quick summation. You can choose a couple if you want to choose a couple, but make a quick summation for us.
This must be the season of caps because everybody got it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just looking at them all like, yo, what, you're just lying to themselves. No one likes each other. Not for real. Maybe Chris and Nicole, maybe. You know, but I don't think that little happiness about to last so long because I already see her trying to run him in micro little sessions. Like she's trying to run him. You know, so I don't how much his backbone can handle. I don't know. It's looking pretty weak. I don't know. Dominique, we all saw it coming. She's too young for this. You know, it was just too evident. It's especially, it was weird how she was literally trying to blame. Like, it's his fault. It ain't me. Look at me. You know, but yeah, there's some wild stuff.
I appreciate it. Your thing is slightly echoing a little bit, you know. Yeah, things like echoing. So it might be the headphones, not sure. Crystal, talk to me. Quick minute. What's your summation of today?
Kirsten, girl, you keep rubbing that head the right way, you're gonna end up with a pot of gold. You keep doing it. Keep on. You're gonna like that. You're gonna like that bald head in a second. So she's still holding out for. Oh, it's the bald head. Oh, it's the I don't like kissing. All caps, just like Trey said. I'm glad that Dominique stuck with her decision, and we're going to talk about that later. And I just think the nice guy, we've talked about this before, the nice guy, good guy trope, when we can discuss that later with the one that we think that might last. And what's her name? What's the one? It's just, they're all a mess. They're all a mess. So I guess old girl finally moved in. That's what I was gonna say. So we'll see how that goes. That's it for now.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Crystal. Kate, quickly give for us.
Unpopular opinion. I have smoke for Kirsten. I have smoke for Nicole. And I have smoke for the cousin girlfriend.
Okay. Ooh, okay. All right. I like it. I hear it. There's smoke coming in all areas tonight. All right. Cool. I appreciate it. Okay. Yes, Ariane, talk to me. I remembered today. I think I remember the name appropriately today. I think I did
Yes.
get it right.
Yes,
Thank
you
God.
did.
Thank God. You know what? Thank God for the person who broke it down yesterday. Go for it.
A lot of my smoke is going to go towards Dom, and JR said it kind of really well a minute ago, but and the kissing cousin, or the play cousin from way down the way, as I like to call her. So I will be quiet. Okay.
Y'all bad. Y'all bad. Y'all gonna leave that cousin alone. She ain't kissed that man. Not yet, anyway. So not that we know of. But yeah, let's get the show going. Let's get some conversation flowing. As well, we're going to talk first and foremost about the divorcee couple, because clearly that's what everybody wants to talk about. They said they got smoke for the boy. So let's talk quickly about Dom and McKinley. I must confess, I have more smoke for Dom this episode, but overall, I mean, they're quite evenly matched for me. I mean, you know, you had dogs that you never spoke about. Suddenly you want to see the dogs in the home. He was a little bit negative. Every time we hear him talk, he's like, I don't do this. I'm only doing it for you kind of thing. So, you know, I mean, I did understand her point. I just think that she's also young as well. And I just don't think she wanted him. I think the reality is she don't want him. That's my reality, is that she saw him and said, nah, Negro. Nah. This ain't it. Okay. She said no to this one for this man. I'm sorry, I can't do it. And I think it made it easier. But because she was looking to get out there early. Okay. And maybe an unpopular opinion. I definitely think she's young, and I definitely think she'll probably look back and think things she could have done better. But I also think that maybe in about 3 years' time, she'll realize I saved my soul, because that would have been the worst marriage ever. Okay, I just don't think they were going to work. And like Pastor Kyle said, y'all were lying on your applications, and that's the problem why you got here. So until she starts being honest, y'all were lying on your applications. That's why it's not really working the way it's working right now. Okay, so it sounded like Pascal really put his foot in it, like they really were trying to hope for these two, as if they really matched them up. So I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, all right, cool. Let's get you guys talking about this as well. Trey, start us off, man. Dom and McKinley, who's getting your smoking? What's going on?
They both kind of getting a little bit of smoke. Like Dominic, of course, like she was really trying to pass the buck, blame everyone but myself, absolve myself of everything. She was on the campaign moment this episode. McKinley, yeah, the only part that got me was the little crying part. I was like, bro, what are you crying for? I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, you know what this one gonna work. You know this one going anywhere. You're not stupid. Like, what's up with the tears? Like, he ran off screen, you know, and the producer ran after him. Like, what's going on here? What is this? Everybody showing out for the cameras. Like, nah, don't do this. You know, and all of a sudden, now he want to be like, hey, you know, I didn't know she was going to, you know, ask for a divorce. Oh, I'm so devastated.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying he needed that towel that Jared had on Love Is Blind, because he was kind of crying, teary eyed there. So I mean,
I don't know what he needed. He needed prayer. They all need prayer. We need to get a prayer circle for all these people. Something. This, wow. The thing that got me was, of course, I knew they was going to do it, but when they got in, when they found all the couples got into the circle and they invited, okay, we knew Dominic and McKinley getting divorced. Of course, they was going to be there to tell the group this. I was waiting, okay, how long are they going to take to do this? You know, we ain't got to sit all day for this. Let's get the announcement going and, you know, get it done. But they waited a little bit until it was time to tell them. And then, of course, everybody was trying to, oh, you're going to regret it. You sure you want to do this? Nicole, the main one, you sure? Don't do it? You're going to regret it. You know, I'm like, okay. That little part, I will say, to Dominic's point, that was a little too much. That was like, okay, now, chill out. It was a little too much. But, yeah, the homeboy being blindsided. This wasn't a blind side. I don't see how this was a blind side. I really don't. I just really don't. I ain't got too much to say after that.
Appreciate Ariane, go for it.
Yeah, no, it was honestly like I think I may have been pretty hard on her the entire time. More so just because it seems like she wasn't really taking accountability at all. And like she was always passing the blame onto him. I mean, yeah, we all see he's really not that great, but he's pretty obvious with his stuff. But she's just skirting around, taking any sort of accountability. And that's what really annoys me about her. And I'm gonna chalk it up to her really just being way too young for this. They need to really stop casting people under age of 30. So that's my personal opinion. They need to, I'd even say 35. Because you're still, I mean, I'm 31 right now, so I'm still figuring stuff out about myself. So I'm like, I mean, that's not to say that anybody over the age of 35 isn't still figuring stuff out themselves, but I mean, it's, and Mac is kind of a prime example of that, but I feel like he's sort of the exception, not the rule here. So, I mean, I think they really need to just 35 and up at this point. So.
Appreciate it, Ariane. Kay, talk to me. Dom McKinley.
Okay, so y'all gonna fight me, but I have to say this. I don't feel like Dom was wrong in walking away from McKinley. What I like about Dom is she's very self-aware for 25 years old, because she's able to see the signs that a man that's over 10 years older than her has no type of stability. But one thing I will agree with McKinley that he did say, she did not get a chance to know him. She didn't take time to know him. She didn't want to know him. She didn't ask him anything about his life. So I will agree with him on that stance. But I felt like she had to do what she had to do. Would I have gave it a little time? Maybe would I have did the whole process and then said no? Yes. But when I realized it was only 14 days, I'm like, yeah, you did quit kind of fast, even if it was going to be no at the end of the process. But I don't feel like she was wrong for not wanting to be with him, because he didn't really show anything promising. And I do think he should have took the money that his mother offered him to not do the show and got some stability with that $50,000 that she was offering him. So yeah.
Appreciate it, Kay. Crystal, yeah, go for it.
So Dom said, I think I'm done. I'm over it. And Pastor Cal says that he thinks it's the age. Maybe 25 was just too young. Some 25s could be ready for marriage and all this that it entails, but she was not. And I think that, what's his name, Mac, she had laid into him so much during the honeymoon, and then after the honeymoon, and then about his living situation and all of the things, that by the time he started to stick up for herself, maybe the camera didn't catch everything, but now she's like putting it on him. Well, you didn't see how he talked to me when the cameras weren't there. Well, it's probably because he's combating everything that you've been saying to him for the last week and a half. So now you're upset and you're saying that it's him and he said all of these things to me. Sis, look in the mirror. Do you see how you've been belittling him and talking down to him? Now, we all agree, at 34, he shouldn't be living in the basement and he should have more going for him and all of the things. But the way you're approaching it was not cool. So now he had the opportunity to say, this is not what I wanted either. You're not who I wanted either. And you didn't like it. You had the upper hand. He was being really amiable, and just letting it go because he wanted to have a good time during the honeymoon and he really wanted to get to know you. Now he's like, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to get to know you anymore. So, but I do appreciate that she stuck to her guns, and even though everybody was trying to change her mind. And I said, why are y'all trying to change this girl's mind? If this is, she's made her decision and she doesn't see a future, she might be fine for 2 months, but then after that, she's going to be done. Don't go back and try to change her mind or make her feel guilty. And that, now I'm going to get into this mother. This mother was disappointed enough for everybody. Like, she was just like, I'm really disappointed. My heart hurts. Girl, like, what are you trying to just throw your daughter away? She's got a lot of growing to do, and you so upset about this marriage that didn't last. Why don't you see what's going on with your daughter and see how she could be ready for the next person? But you don't want to do that. So that mother was a trip to me, because there's mothers that, you want to be her best friend, but you're not seeing the future. So I'm glad she just stuck to her guns, or she just stuck to her first mind and made the decision and stuck with it. because people that, and I've been calling her young acting this whole time. And yes, I can see that she's self-aware in certain things and people call her an old soul in certain ways, but in the ways that it count in this situation, it wasn't going to work. Also, she wants a black man. That's it.
She won them blackity black, chocolatey black. JR, go for it. Dom and McKinley, your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm gonna start by saying if I was McKinley, I'll be crying too, because 50 grand I could have been in my pocket, and instead I'm on TV looking like a fool because this girl nitpicked and nagged me to death. And even though, like I said, he had flaws, it's like she was expecting to nag him, and then on the flip side, expecting to be loved on, like he must still be interested in pursuing her and things like that. She doesn't realize that what she was doing is making him feel uncomfortable, pushing him away, kind of thing. When they were in the car, last episode, I think it was, he was saying like, nothing I do is good enough. You always have something to say about me. And she even took offense when he pointed that out, right? So it's like she's capable of, taking shots at him. And then because he doesn't come with the amorous vibes, despite what she's saying, she's now done with the marriage. So I thought that was very telling, because the vows are usually for better or for worse, right? And you're on a show which you don't get to pick your partner. It's love at first sight. So you're not going to have favorable chances of finding someone that you instantly mesh with or connect with. It's just like a needle in a haystack for that to happen. Very low percentage. But the person you're with, okay, like try and get to know them. I guess she gave it nearly 2 weeks. Is that enough time? I would say no, if you're serious about marriage. But at the same time, when someone's had enough, then there's nothing you can do. There's no point in persuading them and keeping them past the time where they want to be there. And I don't think if it had have gone on, her behavior would have changed towards him, or her attitude would change toward him. Like, he would be getting nitpicked and nagged still. So I hope that 50 G's is still on the table from his mum, because he's gonna need, like, I don't think he needs it either. Like someone in the comments said, I did see that he owned his own pop business in LA, right? And that is a very lucrative thing to do in this day and age, because they've legalized it in that state. So maybe he has more money than you think, right? It's just not a 9 to 5. But I think that the being 25, I think that's a bit of a cop out, because some people do get married young and stay married. I just don't think she's that type of old soul that she maybe thinks she is in that regard. I think she's an old soul in the terms of how she looks at things, but not necessarily in how she acts. So am I surprised that she called it quits? Kinda, but it wasn't going to go to duration anyway.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good points there, JR. Good points there. Ludwin, go for it. Dom, McKinley, talk to me.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Yes. Shout out to my amazing camera.
Shining, baby.
Yes. Shout out to money. Anyway, speaking of money, shout out to Dominique for letting go of a Dusty. Okay. We love a woman who knows her worth. We love a woman who chooses her best interests. Also, I do feel like she was coerced to say divorce too early, because the way Pastor Kyle was coming at her, it was kind of like he was forcing her to make a decision. I know she was brewing in her mind like what she wanted to do. She may still needed more time to convince herself. But the fact that like he was like, nah, I need an answer today. And for someone who's a lot younger than everyone else on the cast, a lot of times it seems like, you know, when we're younger, we need more time to think over things. We can't just, you know, this is my final answer. And based on the after party and also after they met the other couples, I feel like she kind of slightly regrets saying, like, get a divorce too early. She may say it maybe like 2 episodes later, but rather than there, when Pastor Cal asked it, I felt like he made her say it too quickly. That was my takeaway from that conversation. Then of course, you know, if you gotta go, you gotta go, because if she could see how annoying someone can be so early on, just like that song, I am not here to suffer. She's just choosing not to suffer, you know, because as much we could say, oh, she quits too early, but if you can see someone's attitude a whole week of me being around you, you're not as positive. It's hard for me to be around you if I'm good energy. I don't want your negative energy to bounce onto me, you know? And if she chooses someone who actually, hold on. She chooses herself because she's more positive. And the more you're around somebody that's negative, it's going to lash onto you. And she probably foresee that, and things were not making sense. The money is not making sense. The math ain't mathing. Because if you had money from your business in Michigan, why are you staying with somebody in a basement? You know what I'm saying? Like, people who have decent money, they at least get a hotel room. They'll pay for a hotel room for a week. Weekly payments. The Hiltons. The money's not there. So if things are not making sense, like you never brought up your dog, it was so many things that just didn't make sense. So I'm happy that she chose herself, and it is what it is.
Thank you, Ludwin. Appreciate that. Well, Ludwin's asked the question, well, posed a point and put it out there. Does anyone disagree with the statement that he's a Dustin has no money? I mean, listen, this is not my fight. Okay, this ain't my fight. All right, I've been fighting for the black males, but the snow bunnies, I can't do it. So, but does anybody want to? I shouldn't say that's rude. I apologize, guys. As fun as that is, it's not as rude. I apologize. I take that back. But does anyone have a refuting point to that particular point? Before you go, JR's well deserved. I'll let go JR first, and you go after Crystal. JR, go for it. You got a minute. Refute the rebuttal. Let's go.
Yeah, I would say, okay, if he is dusty, it's a good thing he didn't spend no money on her, because he'll be feeling like a fool right now, because that is not going to change the nagging and nitpicking that she does. The only person that was negative and taking shots at the person was Miss Dominique. Like, she didn't like him for who he was. So if he came out his pocket and started spending money on her, now he would be the biggest bozo on the show. Because she wasn't feeling him like that. And, you know, if he does make money, however much he is, if he's dusty, he ain't got that much expendable money to lose like that. He needs every penny in his pocket. So it's a good thing he didn't spend no money. And she did him a favor by saving him a lifetime of misery as well. Because, like I said, it just wouldn't stop. That's who she is. I think she wasn't coerced. She was just showing up as who she is. She's 25, not 15. Like, she got a mind of her own. And yeah, it's okay. She wasn't feeling him. She made a point of telling him that all the time. And it would be very difficult for him to try and win her over. So
I appreciate it, Joe. I appreciate it. Crystal, you want to say something? Go for it.
Her complaints weren't financial. She was complaining about the fact that he wasn't adventurous and that he wasn't outspoken enough and those type of things. He could very well be broke, but pot brokers, especially, they would like to stay on the down low. They like to stay low and stay behind and then stack their cash, especially in the new city. So that doesn't surprise me that he's living in somebody's basement especially for the first. I don't like it, but knowing what he does, it doesn't necessarily surprise me. So I don't think he could be dusty, but I don't think that's not what stands out to me. So especially what he does, if he's made money in what do you call it, cannabis, I didn't think it was in California, wherever it is. If it's in Detroit, he's still making good money. So if he's from Michigan, he's making some good money. So, and he might be just stacking his cash until he has a good windfall, and then he can, buy something. So being that that's his career, that doesn't surprise me. That's what I think.
All right, Ludwin, do you want to respond to the particular point? Because no, you don't respond to that point. All right, cool. Let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it moving. All right, to next one. We go. All right, cool. So the polls ended. The last two polls. You guys voted. Do you believe McKinley has no money? 67% of the audience said no. They believe that he has money. I think I worded it incorrectly. I know what you mean though. Actually, no, wait. Do you believe McKinley has no money? Yes, or no. You guys do believe he has some money, so I respect that. All right, cool. And the other poll, you guys also said as well, it was who deserves the most smoke. Most of you voted. 79% said that Dom deserves the most smoke as well. Okay, so we appreciate that, y'all giving your thing. I'm feeling in a generous mood real quickly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna break it up real quick. I got a question for the audience. If you're paying attention, if you watch the episode very well, I want to quiz you. Listen, I'm feeling generous, so a little something small, just to tease the audience a little bit and get them into shape. Okay, first person that gives me the answer, you better send me your cash app. I'll send you $5. You know what I mean? A little bit of fun game. Let's play a little game here. The panel, you're not involved. Sorry. So, especially not Ludwin. She says her camera's money, so if we don't, she needs to pay us. In fact,
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, are we gonna play?
And you can play, but you're not involved. So the first person who gives his answer will get a $5 cash app, right? So the question I'm asking is this: somebody said these words. She's never had to initiate ... Who said those words? The first person who puts in the chat, I'm gonna send you the cash app $5. She said she's never had to initiate ... Who said those words? Not 500. 5, please. 5. Okay. Who said those words? She's never had to initiate. Oh, snap. Whose internet is the fastest out here? So many answers.
It was Juicy G.
I should have thought about it. Yeah, it's Juicy. It is Juicy G. Yes, Juicy G, baby. Well done, Juicy. Send me your cash app. Put it in the chat, and I'll send you for $5 cash app. Send it to me now, because if I forget, you ain't getting that, okay? Because tomorrow gonna come and I ain't gonna remember. Okay. All right. So, Juicy, well done for winning that. There'll be another one towards the end as well, guys. Another $5 question. And we'll get you guys activated. Now, I'm feeling fun. I think we should do this more on panels, give away some money, It's nice to give away a bit of money. I'm not giving all my money away, but I'm giving some away.
But why is it $5 though? Why is it only $5? Like, I mean, make it only $5? Why only $5? That's very low for us.
It's because there's more for the panelists. That's why.
I love that. Do you know why it's only 5? Because it's not your cash app. Because if it was your cash app, I'll make it 10. I'll charge you. I'll let you use whatever you want. Some you want to use for your cash app. I think you should make it 20. In fact, thank you, Ariane. I think you should do the next question so that you can start giving out some money as well. I appreciate you. So, guys, Ariane will be doing the next cash app.
I don't have cash app, so
money from her. No.
Cash app.
She gonna make one now, and she gonna give it. Okay. She
gonna wire it. Don't you volunteer me as tribute, dude? Don't volunteer me as tribute.
Should we ask people? What question should we ask the people?
The name was pulled from the bowl.
That's exactly how it goes in the Hunger Games, so I shouldn't be surprised. But hey.
Oh, it's all love. It's all love. All right, listen, let's get to the next couple. Let's get to the next couple. Let's get to the next couple. We want to talk about the next one. Let's talk about obviously Clint and Gina. Let's talk about them going forward because it looked like they were trying to make some movements. And it looked like they were going somewhere. It looked like I'm not going to say that they were making headway per se, but they seem to be amicable. And Gina admitted that she made a mistake. She might have done too much about wanting to move in. So clearly, there's some kind of movement in some type of direction, which seems to be positive. So I want to ask the panel, what is your thoughts on Clint and Gina at this moment? She moved in. So is that something?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. She said no. Who said no? You can go first.
Okay, so I think Gina is completely over it.
Ooh.
And I think that Clint is trying to save face to not look like a quitter or the bad guy. But I feel like their relationship is already over. Like they're just going through the motions at this point. Gina does not want to be with that man, and it's all over her face. It's in her body language. It's the way they interact with each other. Like she doesn't want him. That comment that he made that offended her, that's going to live rent free in her mind forever. So it's a wrap.
Cool. I like that. I appreciate it, Kay. Okay. Crystal, go for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that she's over it. They're living like roommates. She was completely shocked, and so was I a little bit. With his words at their little couples get together. I really want to know what she was like as a child. I really want to know. I want to get to the core of Gina. I want to know the center of her and what makes her happy and what makes her sad and stuff like that. I was like, who are you? Who the hell is this? So and you could have saw her face. She was like, what? She was absolutely shocked. And I don't blame her because they look at each other like friends, like roommates, and they're not comfortable around each other. They're not, even amicable. They're not even doing the Jasmine and what's his name, where they put the hands between each other. They're not even doing any of that. So, girl, just get through. Honestly, she's at this point. Let me just get through these 6 weeks or whatever, however long it is now. I don't know what could change her mind. I don't know what could change her mind. That's it for now.
Appreciate it, Crystal. Oh, who's opening their mic? Go for it. Trey, is that you? Go for it.
Yeah. Clint said, if you want to play games, I'm going to show you how to play. I'm going to show you how to play it correctly. That's what he's doing. By the end of this, and this may be a stretch, but by the end of this, Clint is going to prove himself as the best husband. Because he was answering all those questions right when the friends was trying to grill him. They was agreeing with him. It was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I was like, wow. He is slowly but surely turning the tides of what happened down in Jamaica. He's like, nah, I'm going to show you how to do it. You want to play games? All right. Monopoly. He going to monopolize this whole situation. And I'm here to see it because it's funny. I was like, wow. You know what? I had to give him a few hand claps. Go ahead, Clint. Answer these questions correctly. Sounding good. I was agreeing with the sentiments. The friends was on his side. Meanwhile, Gina in the room with his friends, and they could tell she ain't in it. They could tell she ain't in it. Everybody can tell she ain't in it. You just here so you won't get fined. That's basically what it's given. I'm just here because I won't get fined. But we're going to see how this journey turn out. Could they find each other, for the rest of the weeks? I don't know. I don't think it's going anywhere, though. But we'll see.
Appreciate it, Trey. Thank you. JR, talk to me.
Yeah. Listen, I think that Gina could have done a Dominique and pulled the plug, because last week Pastor Cal sat down with both of them and gave them the lowdown on where they are and what they should do instead of wasting each other's time. So moving in together to be flatmates, to be roommates, housemates, but not partners, not married, like a couple. There's no feeling there. The attraction isn't going to grow from Gina's side. All right. You and Sean have championed it. I've heard it. Everybody's heard it. Attraction is not going to grow like that. If you're not feeling the person, let him go. So moving in made no sense to me to be in separate rooms. If you're going to make a go of it, you know, there doesn't have to be intimacy. There doesn't have to be any of that at this stage yet. You know, again, that is a sign of whether you're attracted to a person, but Gina is not feeling Clint. He did do well with her friends, and is that gonna, you know, make them even closer? I doubt it. Like, I just don't see anything changing Gina's mind. She probably is still holding on to the comment that he made about who he previously dated. But again, that's a sign of you not willing to move past the situation when you fall out over something. Even though you've, you know, had a truce and you've agreed to still give it another chance, if you're still holding on to it, it also is a signal that it's not going to go well. And then finally, I will say that with Clint, I do believe that he is trying to make a go of it, but the relationship, the marriage takes two. He can't do it by himself, and she's not prepared to meet him halfway, at least. So I think she's just being pleasant, probably there to promote the business or something like that, but definitely not trying to get closer to Clint and try and make a marriage work. I don't get that vibe at all.
Appreciate that, JR. Ariane, talk to me.
I'm keeping both eyes on Gina because I do not trust her whatsoever. She made this big old stink about him simply saying that he had previously dated slender women. So, and she was like, "Oh, I don't want to move in," and I knew it was only because of that. So, I don't trust that she's there for a long time. She's just there for, like Kirsten, she's not there for a long time. She's just there for the 8 weeks, and that's it. So, I'm keeping both eyes on her at the moment. That's all I gotta say.
Appreciate it, Ariane. Okay. Lude, talk to me, baby.
You know, I think this couple might work out. They remind me of a couple 4 seasons ago where she did not like that man for nothing. She was not attracted. And after the season was over, like a year later, they had a baby. You know, it just might work. I don't know. I could see it.
Wow, Lude, you're saying you didn't watch any of their parts, did you?
I did.
She didn't watch any. She skipped over their parts. I can tell. she gave that bottom barrel. Yeah. You know, I can see them having a baby and did it. Yeah.
No, because okay. See, the thing is, like, she could have said, "I want a divorce" when Pastor Kyle was harping on them, because she had no reason to stay. She has a business. She's doing renovations on the business. She doesn't need the money per se, you know. She doesn't have to stay. So I think, you know, she just knows she's getting older. Maybe she want a relationship, you know. She's probably gonna stick it out.
Sean, give it to us. Lead is just Jesus, I love it.
One reason why I say this because like Clint is like he's charismatic. Like he's one of those people like that's gonna grow on you, you know? Like you can't hate him, but you know, you're not gonna not like him. So if anything, they might make it to decision day and say no, they're not gonna work. But at least, you know, she gonna like him. He's very likable, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It might work.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate it, Lude. Shawnee.
Hey, what's going on? What's up, good people?
What's up, brother? What you telling me?
Look, I'm not gonna go swing the pendulum too far from
swing it, sir. Swing it,
Ludwin, because the last time, you know, she made a comment about Chris, and then Trey and Crystal went off last week. So I don't know, because it seems like, you know, y'all wanted to make her right. So I mean, I don't think they're gonna make it. You know, typically for me, when a couple is barely wants to move in and now they're living in separate rooms, we see that happen with Brett and Ryan, and the list goes on, and those couples don't usually make it, right? You know, so when they are living in a separate room and technically they're married, they've both said they're not attracted to each other. Yeah, he likes the dog more than he likes her. Yeah, then not gonna be able to do it. You know, I don't think they're gonna make it. So I mean, but at least they're being nicer to each other. So it's not like what we saw with Dom and Chris, right? Or Dom and Mac. So you know, they're being nice. I think they're just being they're tolerating each other, but they don't like each other. You know, and I think what's very interesting that I've seen is several of the men are more open, right? Especially if things are a little rocky. I like Clint's attitude. I think that he's like, you know what? Let's give it a shot. Clint still has a little, you know, we know he's got a little of the petty in him though. So, but I that resonates inside of me, you know, because he was talking to his friend. And he was like, you know, she got a problem with gingers, but the dog is ginger. Her dog looks just like me. So Clint's going to circle back to that ginger comment. If he don't do nothing else, that ginger comment's going to find its way up in a conversation some kind of way. So, but look, I think he has the perfect attitude for this. He's trying. He's willing. When Gina wanted to move out, he was like, you know what? Let's just give it a shot. And I think Pastor Cal was able to sway them to you know, sway Gina on over to come on and just, you know, give it a shot. You signed up for the process, right? Don't try to abandon ship, you know, the moment you know, something works out or something happens that you don't like. But again, I don't think they're going to make it. There is no chemistry. They haven't connected in that way. And any couple that takes so long to connect in a physical way of any kind, right? Plus, they have been very open about the lack of attraction. They don't, you know, they don't usually make it too far. So that's what I think about that. I think Gina still needs a dose of self realization. She's not there yet. She still, you know, sees herself as a slender, athletic member of the women's swim team. So there's that.
I'm gonna ignore that last comment. Kay, go for it. Welcome to the channel. Welcome, Kay. You're right. Oh, I've muted you. Sorry. Let me unmute you. You gotta mute yourself actually.
Yes. So can you hear me now?
Go again. Oh, baby, connection's doing a bit of a wheel. Connection is Ted Riley on the thing. Ooh, seismic shock. It's just it's baby, you're in bad weather at the moment. This isn't. We can't hear you.
She got the spirit of Michaela and her Wi-Fi. It's tearing it up.
You might have. I think because you maybe got us in the background. Try mute us on the YouTube background. See if that will work for you. Can you hear us? Okay. Wait. Unmute yourself, but mute the YouTube video that you have behind. That's what. And see if that works for you, babe. Try again.
Sheesh. Okay, but now.
We can't. Yeah, it's static shock. Can't lie to you.
Yes, it's static shock. Can't lie to you.
Click out and click back in and see if it will work for you again. Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes that happens. Don't worry about that. We'll get you back in. All right, we've got a super chat from J Smith. He just paid for the coffee that I sent out to Drusy, so God bless you. The entitlement on the show is out of hand. All these requirements and deal breakers when you allow strangers to marry you with when you allow strangers to marry you with a stranger, it's hilarious. Okay, sorry about that. Let me read that again because that sounded really bad. The entitlement on the show is out of hand. All requirements and deal breakers when you allow strangers to marry you with a stranger is hilarious. So he's just basically saying if you came on the show, you're a stranger, you're gonna marry a stranger. You know, having too many deal breakers is problematic, and that is some truth to it, which is why I would never go on that show because I've got a lot of deal breakers, and you're not gonna put me with a dom. You're not gonna do that to me. No. Even a mum looked concerned at dom, but anyway, we passed that. We're on someone else. Sorry, we're on Clint and Gina. And listen, Sean made a point I was gonna make as well. The fact that he petty and he definitely rerouted and said, I don't know how she's got a problem with my ginger hair when the dog is as ginger as I am. And I had to think about it. I said, yeah, bro. Yeah, maybe that's why she don't like you. She thinks you're a bit of a dog. Who knows? But yeah, I was there. Them two, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're great together. If I'm honest with you. I just don't think they're great together. Who opened their mic? Is that you, Lud? Go for it. You got a minute. Go for it. Baby, why are you rocking back and forth like you're on an avatar?
It's
Speak your mind, sis. Huh?
It relaxes me.
Baby, mute yourself. What's wrong with you? You're out here moving mad. Let's see if Kay will come back in. Kay? Yeah, Kay. Your Wi-Fi need deliverance. La bruka bashka. We pray for your Wi-Fi. May it be delivered in Jesus' name because it needs a fresh deliverance. Yeah, it's right now suffering.
Yeah, I think she must have it on the same device, whatever device she's on. She must have YouTube in the background.
That's true as well. Yeah.
Or it might be 56K modem. You know, the dial-up.
No, because it's the feedback though that we keep hearing ourselves come back. That's usually an indicator that it's on another place.
Kay, do you have us in?
Can you guys hear me now?
YouTube videos? Yes. But we can hear ourselves in the background, so I'm going to mute myself. Go for it.
Okay. Are we still talking about John Clint?
Yes. Do you have us on YouTube or something because it's echoing?
I don't have you all pulled up on YouTube at all.
Echoing. Okay, I'm gonna keep my chat to a minimum. Go for it.
All right. So yeah, I think Clint.
Volume. It's the volume's too high.
Baby.
She's on another channel. She just doesn't see it.
Yeah, it's reverberating. Even when you start talking, it's reverberating. Hold on, let me just try and see if I can do something for you. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and save this. Let's see if this will work. Let's see. Okay, Kay, try again.
What about now? still going?
Baby, I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's a mausoleum, kid.
It's a mausoleum. It's gonna need Moses to deliver the people. I'm gonna lie to you, sis.
Moses gonna have to
Yeah.
break them tablets up on the mount for us to get this Wi-Fi going good.
Do you have AirPods in or anything? Do you have AirPods in? You have AirPods?
I don't have AirPods. No.
Oh, baby, I don't know.
What?
I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm gonna try and pull you up from my phone.
Okay, yes. Try to do it from
How
the
about
phone.
that?
Try to do it from the phone. Yes.
All right, close me out.
Okay. No worries. Okay. All right, cool. So we're gonna shift it on, move it on to another couple as well. Appreciate her for trying. She'll come back with her phone. Hopefully that should work for her and she'll get back on. You know, we have to have patience, you know. The Lord has been good to us. We're gonna be patient for others as well. Okay. All right. I know. The last poll that came up, I said, who is playing more of a game? Is it Gina or Clint? 77% of y'all said that it was Gina over Clint. Only 163 people voted though, so there's another 300 people who didn't vote on that vote. So we're gonna need you to vote. Okay, we're gonna need you to vote. No, you don't need to type it. No. All right, cool. Let's get to the next couple then. Let's get to the next person on there. All right, cool. Let's talk Kristen Nicole. Let's talk Kristen Nicole. No, do you know what? Let's talk SHAQ and SHAQ and Kirsten, because that right there, that should Robin.
Do you have
Getting all
do you have any screenshots, bro, or clips, please? Because them
Bro.
pants, them shorts, bro. Woo!
Is that what you're thinking about? I thought you were gonna say something sensible.
I was like, he stared at his short, like you noticed his shorts. I was like, I'm stuck on like her not really caring about this dude and just sticking it out for 8 weeks. I was like,
yo.
Oh, God said you ain't gonna hit it, but
here we go. Here we
I
go.
was like, you can be a bad kisser all you want, baby girl. You shut out in them shorts.
I'm gonna slap something.
I got something.
We need hide him. Hide his Kojo, hide him right now because he's going completely left. Completely going left already.
Positive appearances.
Yes, look, she was looking good. You hear me?
This is going into Little Black Book 91 After Dark. This is where it's going. After Dark time now.
Those shorts. Those shorts were shorter than YouTube shorts. Anyway, listen. Okay, let's be serious now. All right, Kirsten and SHAQ. Let's get some real opinions now. Jokes aside and everything that we saw what we saw, and we appreciate it. But let's start. Kay, talk to me. Kirsten and our boy SHAQ. There was a lot that was going on. I mean, did anybody notice that one couple said that they were friends and they weren't attracted to each other? Which they didn't actually specify they were friends in a marriage. So I thought it was a little bit cheeky. I was like, y'all niggas didn't tell us you were in a marriage and you did that. You said you were friends before. That ain't the same thing. But anyway, I digress. Kay, talk to us. What's your thoughts on this, please?
I am waiting for the 19th excuse from Kirsten of why she doesn't want to kiss this man. She does not like him, and I wish she would just say it and stop dragging it, because it's really annoying at this point. And I think that SHAQ has caught on, because I've been like watching him, and the zeal that he had when they first got married is not there anymore. Like, he's not sweating her how he was wedding day and like the first week. It's different. But I really want her to just say, I don't like you. I don't think she's a bad kisser. I believe that's a lie and an excuse. I don't think she has a hard time opening up, because for a man that you want and that you like, you'll open up like a butterfly. Like, I just feel like she's just playing with this man at this point. And I think he sees it now. So I'm pretty much over Kirsten and her excuses. She just doesn't want him.
Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much, Kay. Ariane, what's your thoughts? Is it legit? Kirsten Looks like, I mean, she looks like she's getting close to him, or is she just treating him like an emotional boyfriend? What sorts of thoughts?
She like I said earlier, she like with Gina, she's there for. I signed up for this process, and so I'm gonna stick it out. Time, not for a long time. She does not want this dude at all. She'd rather go kiss a toilet seat than kiss him. It's terrible. It's honestly that terrible for her. So it's like she does not want him like at all. I mean, it's really the biggest lie ever that she wants to, that she's not a good kisser. I mean, is this? I don't know if anybody knows this show on Netflix called The Mole. I mean, I've only watched one episode of it, but basically your whole goal is to lie, and she's acting like she's on that, and it's terrible. I mean, whatever my thoughts on SHAQ is, he doesn't deserve this at all, personally. So just do like Dom and just call it quits, please, because you just don't want him. And just, I don't know, just someone else can go now. That's all I have to say.
Always talk. Thank you very much, Ariane. Talk to me, Crystal. What are you saying?
He is asking, am I being too patient? Yes, you're not stupid. And this is the thing. And I think he's really starting to realize she's insulting my intelligence. I don't kiss. I'm not a good kisser. That's why I don't want to kiss. That's a blatant lie. And yeah, you may not be a good kisser, but that's why you need to kiss more than one time. Like, that's why you need to get used to your husband. But she's just using that. And I wouldn't mind the him changing the tire and doing all of those duties. It looked like he was being used because of the way she's treating him. You know, as my husband, if you can change my tire, great, because I'm gonna need these tires changed. But I'm not gonna treat you like crap and then get mad that your head is bald. Oh, girl, you better rub that bald head, start at the head, and then just move, just start working. Okay? You need to start working your way down. You need to get, you need to relax. And she's annoying the hell out of me. I'm not a good kisser. What did she tell the friends? Well, maybe we just need to, I will open up. I'll open up eventually. You ain't gonna open up. You're telling so many lies, you're lying to yourself. And you're starting to believe your own lies. And he's doing all of these things, hoping that it'll get somewhere. But I think that he's really catching on, and he really wants this process. But I think that he's seeing the cracks in the paint. He's seeing, oh wait, she's not as clean as I am. Oh wait, there are certain things that we are not going to get along in the future, and I think that he's starting to stick up for himself. Hopefully it'll come soon. Because next episode it looked like she was about to give in. So that's going to be interesting. That's it for now.
It's going to be interesting indeed. If she gives in, boy. Well, it might end up just like Haley and Doughboy again. Trey, talk to me. What are you telling me, cuz?
Man, I'm trying to be nice about this. Yo, Kirsten is starting to treat SHAQ like her gay best friend. Ugh. Woo. Yes, I said it. I may have to break out the shades. I said it. And y'all know it's the truth.
Hey, I didn't want to say it before, but thank you for saying it, Trey. Thank you.
And you know it's the truth. And it's sad because, like Crystal just said, SHAQ ain't stupid. He's beginning to see it too. And did y'all clock when the friends came over, right? It was Kirsten's cousin. It was a cousin and her husband, right? They both saw it too, but the husband was the one who gave the face like, "Oh no, you capping on something." Like, nah, you capping on something. Like, he was giving it. He was like, "Wait a minute, I've known you at least for a little while. This ain't normal." Now, the cousin was trying to cover. She was being a good family member. She was trying to cover for her. But you saw it in her eyes too, like, no, you don't act like this normally. Something's going on here. You don't really like this dude. You know, and SHAQ's cousin, that was his cousin, right? His cousins? Was that SHAQ cousins? I'm not sure.
I think it was his cousin or his brother or something like that. It was something.
Yeah. He was catching on too, because for a split second, he got very standoffish with Kirsten. Very standoffish with her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Arms were folded. He was like, nah. He was the main one asking very poignant questions to her, and she couldn't answer. Kind of easy questions too. Even if you're faking it, she need to go and take a Clint seminar lesson on how to answer questions. Because I'm like, you can at least fake it or something. But let me stop before I go too far, because
But Trey, the cousin and SHAQ resembled each other. The cousin's husband.
They did. I'm like, yo, he a bald eagle something. I don't believe this. I don't like dudes with bald heads. I'm not getting it. I don't. Nah. This chick, she just don't like him, and it's fine if she don't. I'm not saying it's, you know, you like who you like, but all this putting on is just making you look faker and faker. It's like, yo, this, you got to stop. Who can, fine as she is, it don't matter. I ain't gonna be mesmerized by the booty. I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
And I appreciate you, Trey, if you can't be mesmerized by the booty. All right. Listen, if you're in the audience, grab your shades now, guys, because we know what.
I didn't even notice the shorts. I didn't even like, who is he talking about?
If you're in the audience right now, grab your shades, okay? And follow the trend at this moment. We are grabbing our shades. Sean, you've grabbed your shades. Why have you grabbed your shades? Talk to us. Kirsten, what's going on?
So I can't, you know. Trey is came in hot with that last line, and I just had to put my glasses on because he outdid me on that one. So I'm not even going to delve into it. But I will say those shorts were a thing to behold.
Sir.
Oh my gosh. You know, those legs, the way she sat up on that bed.
Sean, come on.
Sir, you need to focus. Get the focus.
Please, focus.
I just need Kirsten to reach out to me.
It was giving thicky.
And
focus.
We can try to
do not encourage him.
Her
Please
perception
do not
of
encourage
a
him.
bald-headed man, because woo! Look, we couldn't be in that apartment together. I tell you that. She would be
Sir.
Like,
what is it about SHAQ and Kirsten? Tell us about SHAQ and Kirsten. Leave her ass alone.
I can't, bro. I'm sorry.
You're gonna get me.
But okay, all right. So let me just try to like get back on task. All right. So listen, it's quite evident that the attraction is very, very low, right? And I think that everybody is just really, you know, and when I say everybody, I mean like whether it's her family, his family, when they did the housewarming, really just trying to, you know, push this along, but we know what it is. When she sat down with Pastor Cal, and I mean, I'm for Pastor Cal this season. I stand with him. He's coming in doing the work, right? Pushing people to say what it is. So I love that. And he got right to it. is there chemistry? Is there attraction here? It's no. It's no. Now, let's not be deceived, right? Because they are going to go through the motions. And that's the thing a little bit with Kirsten that bothers me, is she goes through the motions. She makes excuses. She's a little bit of a gaslighter, you know? And she'll go along to get along. And I think that she's going to try, but you see, like, she's still, no matter what she does, I don't think it's gonna work, because she's one of those people. I know the women tell us all the time, attraction grows, and it can get there. Not with Kirsten, not with Kirsten, not with SHAQ. You know, not with SHAQ and Kirsten is my point. It's not. She's not going to be able to do it. So no matter whatever she forces herself to do, like, I think she kind of falls into that, like, she's a nice girl, but she's not a good girl, or she's a good girl, but she's not a nice girl. So she'll say the things on the surface that might sound like, oh, she's trying, or, oh, I'm not a good kisser. Like, she said that out her mouth to her own family. And the cousin was like, yeah, the only way you're going to let him be the judge of that, and the only way it's going to happen, or the only way you're going to know, is by practicing, right? And y'all getting comfortable with each other. So stop it with even her own family was like, we've never heard that before. Then you have the other couple who was there, SHAQ's family, I believe it was his cousin, and they were married. First of all, I think they were capping. I think they just went in there to help out SHAQ. Oh, neither one of us was attracted to each other, and then it just hit us one day. Okay, all right, come on, guys. Come on. So how y'all get together? So y'all were just friends sitting around on the couch, having a good old time, and then boom, a light bulb went off and y'all just decided to be attracted to each other. I just call cap, you know, but stranger things have happened. I don't really, you know, I think they were just trying to help out SHAQ because they see the situation he's in. Anybody could see. Ray Charles could see. Stevie Wonder could see that he's in an uphill battle, right, when it comes to Kirsten. So they tried to help him out. That's my thoughts with those two.
Thank you, Sean, for not keeping it short. Pun intended. Sorry, I can help myself. Go for it. Ludwig, go for it.
I'm sorry, my chair going down.
Not you, like the African politician.
Right. Y'all remember Ryan and the white wife? They were lying the whole entire season, and they've been smashing on the low the whole time. It's slightly given that for me.
Oh, Clara, Ryan and Clara.
Yeah.
I still don't even believe that.
Yeah, because like, just like I think it was Jared I was saying it, that even Kirsten's friends, the husband, when she said, I don't really like the cats, and he's like, that's a lie. That's a lie. Girl, please. Let's not lie on these people's show. Let's not do that. Because you're a pretty girl. You're not ugly. And SHAQ is not ugly. Let's not do that. Now, she may try to play the Southern Belle thing on the TV and try not to give too much information, even if they are probably getting it on or at least kissing off camera. But I just don't. Not Trey. Trey's killing me. I don't know. Like I wouldn't go as far as Trey to say that's her gay best friend, but I just don't see them not interacting off camera. Cause like if I really don't like you, I'm gonna act like Gina. I'm gonna be in the other bedroom. They were all hugged up. She's touching his bald head, You know what I'm saying? She's like slightly caressing him. They hugged up on the chair right before they went to the couples meeting. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. It's like, come on. They like each other. I promise. They do. We all thought Ryan and Clara was really not touching, and this whole time they was lying through their teeth the whole entire season, and it was smashing first quarter.
You know, that reminds me of what that one couple, I think it were Philly or something. The guy who said that his skin crawled whenever she touched him. I can't remember their names, but they were getting it on behind the camera too. So you just reminded me of that for some reason.
Can't remember if you said it, but I remember there was a couple like that. I do remember that. JR. Thank you, Lude.
Okay, sorry, I had to wipe my glasses because I can't see none of what's being spoken about on this show, man. What the? Yo, listen, Kirsten doesn't like the brother. The reason why she's rubbing his head is basically because she knows his erogenous zones are not there. All right? She is not attracted to him. They may be sleeping in the bed together, but I agree with Trey, man. There is no attraction there. She is kind of treating him like she's in the bed with her bestie or something. We know as men that biologically things occur every morning when we wake up. And when they're waking up in the bed together, one thing is not leading to another. And Sean has quite, he's been quite observant of how Kirsten's physical is, quite detailed. SHAQ is seeing this close up and personal every day for 2 weeks in the bed. And he's not even getting a sniff. He's not even getting a stroke, not getting anything. So that's why I think he's fed up. And I think if it continues, not only will he realize that she's not feeling him, but he's going to know the extent to which she's not feeling him. She can literally lay in bed with him and not even turn around and kiss, cuddle, like cuddling, but no kisses. This excuse that she's not a good kisser. The only way you're going to improve is by practicing. And what better person to practice your kissing technique on than the person you're married to and sharing a bed with? All right. So if she's got it in her mind that she's not attracted to him, then there is no kisses, there is no intimacy. SHAQ, man, he needs to pull the plug because it's not going to get any better. This attraction is not going to grow. I've heard many people say from a woman's perspective that it grows. No, not in this case. All right. When his cousin was talking and he was like, yeah, like me and my wife, we known each other for a year before we even got together. And then all of a sudden, yo, they don't want to hear that because going a year in this situation would be torture. Like Sean said, she's a very blessed and buxom lady. If he's red-blooded, going a year, that's more than a 90-day restriction that most people put on that. All right, it's not going to happen. It's done. And I hope SHAQ doesn't start to resent her for what he's doing because he does look pretty fed up. The attraction has never been there from the start. And if Pastor Cal was asking the questions, the same questions to Dom and last week to Clint and Gina as he is to, if he's asking Kirsten and SHAQ the same questions, the answer would be the same, because she's not feeling him. She's never felt him from the start. She can't even bring herself to kiss him 2 weeks in. That's the reality. That's where we are. So I hope SHAQ realizes that. You know, I don't even think she's playing a game. I think she genuinely is struggling to like this guy. Don't know why she's hanging in there though. It's not going to change.
Okay, so maybe I'm missing some.
Wait,
missing
before
it.
you go, Ariana,
Okay,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm gonna try to get Kay in. Kay, can we just see if you're available?
All right, what's up?
I think you're good.
Hey.
You think you're good. Fantastic. We're talking about obviously SHAQ and Kirsten. Give us your thoughts on SHAQ and Kirsten.
Okay, y'all. So I agree with whoever said that Kirsten is treating SHAQ like her good gay best friend. Like, I've always said that. Like, she's just treating him like her good Judy at this point. You know what I'm saying? I think she is very performative whenever the cameras are around. And to me, it's obvious that she is also performative when other people come around, like the couples that they had come to the housewarming. It just all seemed a show, an act on her part. Like, she just does not come across genuine at all. The whole, oh, I'm not good at kissing thing, that was straight up bull. You know what I'm saying? And I think, I don't know if y'all caught this or not, that when she was just like, oh, I don't kiss him because I'm not a good kisser, she slipped up and she's like, that's because, I mean, that's the reason why we haven't, I mean, that's why we don't kiss often. Like, no, you haven't kissed. Just go and put it out there. You know what I'm saying? She tried to clean that up real quick. And SHAQ, I just think he's oblivious to it all at this point. Like, he continues to talk about like how they're growing in attraction, or she's growing in attraction to him, and I'm not seeing it. Like, the things he's pointing out is just like, SHAQ, that's not what it is. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's about all I got on them. I don't think they're gonna make out. They're not a good couple. They're not a good match. She just isn't feeling him.
Appreciate it, Kay. Ariana, you were gonna say something. Go for it.
Have they even like held hands? Really? I mean, just something simple like that. Because I may be missing it. I'm not catching it or anything while I'm watching the episode. But like, if you can't even hold his hands, their relationship is in the pits of hell. Because I don't. If she can't even do something simple like that, I don't know. Like, it's a lost cause. They needed to just go the route of Dom and McKinley and just like call it quits. Like at the honeymoon, called it quits. So
I mean, she's getting forehead kisses, so it'd be like the she's getting forehead kisses. So. They look well cozy in their little clip. You know, she was kind of laying back on him, and he was behind her. Go for it. You want to say something, Ludwin? Go for it.
That's what I'm referring to. Hugged up. If I don't like a man, I'm gonna be like Gina. I'm gonna be in a separate room. I'm gonna be over there. I'm not touching you. I'm not laying up on you. I'm not caressing your head. No.
Maybe she gave him a little something. Maybe she broke him off a little something. Who knows? I doubt it, but maybe she broke him off a little something. I mean, if he did, I mean, he shoot. Even if she divorced him, he won. But anyway, okay, cool. Any other thoughts before I close it off to next chapter? Okay, do you want to say something? Go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say even Karen didn't treat Miles as bad as Kirsten is treating SHAQ.
No,
like,
no, you're that.
Yes, I did.
No, you, Karen.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes,
sorry,
I did.
Finish your point.
This is worse than that. And to me, Miles had way more masculine energy than SHAQ did. And Miles is attractive as well. And Karen treated him like poo-poo. So, yeah. I'm just saying. Just saying. Regardless if they got married in the end and they're supposedly still together, like, this is worse than that.
Karen said her biggest fear was to not that I have a man that's not masculine. Karen literally said that you're not strong enough for me. Like, I don't know.
I always said that Karen didn't come to her senses until like after the show, when she realized like Miles was actually desirable to other women. And then she started to be more affectionate with him. And then she started to treat him better. I personally noticed that when she noticed that his DMs were popping.
She's not treating him better now.
I'm talking about like when they first came off the show and they started to do like interviews and they started to do like their YouTube channel. There was a change in her for a time period. I'm not talking about present day.
I do think, and we're gonna get into the other black couple in a minute, but I do think that if what's his name, SHAQ, stops caring, and then she'll be like, oh, well, he's not interested. Like I do think that he needs to stop making a fuss about it. I feel like he might be saying something like, I am patient, but I do think that these two couples, if he pulls back, she might be like, why is he pulling back? And she might start to get some interest. But I still don't think that. I think there's something in her head though. Like, you want to rub on his bald head, but you don't want to kiss him. You want to do this, girl.
I do want to make one more comment. I remember when SHAQ was talking to the other couple, the wife mentioned that I think it was the wife, but something about being more masculine energy. Now he could turn it up a notch, so that way Trey's not right about him being a gay best friend. So he could be a little bit more macho. Maybe that could help. You know, be a little more forward. You know, take charge a little bit more. But I could see where he, put his foot down a little bit more. But I just don't believe that they're not kissing. I don't believe it. That's it.
I don't think him being masculine or putting his foot down is going to change anything. In fact, I think she's going to use it as another excuse. She's going to say he's too bossy or he's trying to force. She's criticized his sense of humor before. She's criticized the bald head. She's named too many things that he does that turn her off that aren't really turn-offable offenses. So, yeah, I don't think he should be like, you know what? We've been together 2 weeks. We share the bed. I think it's time now, don't you? No, I don't think he should do that.
Well, and speaking of which, JR, remember when Miles did that and he wrote on the board, when are we going to have sex? And she walked out and spent the night at her sister's house and she got offended. So as soon as he put his foot down a little bit, she ran out the door. Same thing.
She came back.
Well, yeah.
She came back through them doors. Sometimes you just need that push. I don't think it's going to last forever, and that's why I said, I agree, Karen, what I saw, I didn't really watch that whole season, but the little clips and stuff I saw, she was just not nice to him at all. And hence today they still tussling, because it's very difficult when you don't like somebody and you're very vocal like that about it to change the trajectory of your relationship. You can go through the motions if you want to. So I'm not saying, oh, they'll never have sex. They just might, but it's not going to change anything. It's not going to change the trajectory of their relationship. She's not going to go from being completely unattracted to him to now being in love and, everything's going to click. She's made way too many excuses. She's darting, she's running, she's playing in the daylight with us, right? prancing around with those shorts on, rubbing his head, telling us she don't like to kiss. That's too much of a cat and mouse game. I think someone put it in the comments, like, she might like the attention because she knows. You can't tell me Kirsten don't know that she's an attractive woman and that she has sex appeal. She definitely knows it. And she can play a little bit with that energy. She does it very well. But nothing that SHAQ can do, I don't care. He did one of the most masculine things ever, which is change a tire. And she's still telling long stories about nothing.
You know, just quick statement. As far as masculinity is concerned, you can't turn up what you may not have. You know, this is just what it is. You just can't all of a sudden, oh yeah, nah, women do what I say. No. If that's not in you from the get-go, trying to project that all of a sudden onto people, nah, that ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work.
It's not going to be convincing because that's not who he is, right? He wasn't that assertive from the start. And from what we see, he's trying to give her grace. He's also trying to cover her by not throwing her under the bus. He's trying to say, you know what, we're growing in attraction and all this other stuff. That's a way of covering her, right? Fact of the matter is, he seems like a stand-up guy. Doesn't seem like a dirtbag. Doesn't seem like he's doing anything particularly wrong to turn her off. The attraction isn't there. And like Sean said, if she can stand up there in her shorts, rubbing his head, going to bed, you know, doing all these different things, she's telling him that this is as far as she's prepared to go. All right? He can't force it, can't coerce her, can't do anything. He just has to go. Like, when these things happen, nature takes its course, right? It naturally happens. It hasn't naturally happened. Not even a kiss has naturally happened the entire time. The wedding, the honeymoon, the after stays, and even now, nothing has gravitated them towards lip locking and things like that. So I think it's a wrap. You know, there's no harm in it. She just didn't find him attractive, and because of that, the relationship couldn't get out of second gear. All right, and like I said, I hope that I hope it ends well. I hope it ends well, and I hope that he doesn't get resentful and feel like he got played by her, because I do think there's an element of her knowing that she's not attractive, but just doesn't want to concede the end of the marriage yet. So that to me is the problem. Like, there's no chance. There's no chance if she's not willing to even kiss him at this stage. It's very telling. It's very telling.
Definitely hear you on that. Listen, I personally think that Karen was much worse than Kirsten, because you know what? You just need to read the signs of Kirsten. She ain't feeling you. She's made you into a friend zone. You know, she's put you on the side. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, what Kirsten's done, okay, is a beautiful deception. And deception involves an element of truth. SHAQ, if he actually truly believes that Kirsten even feels in one bit, he's lying to himself. And he has to be responsible. He has to be accountable for that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you letting her rub your bald head and kissing her forehead, sir. Hey, you're the one going down Alice in the Wonderland's rabbit hole, okay? Because this woman don't feel you. That's why she ain't kissed you. If someone tells me, remember I said this, me and Sean said this because we've been on this panel too long. We said this already. We said the same thing about Mela. We don't want to hear none of this bull crap that you lot bring to this excuse, okay? Nobody's climbing over walls. No one's jumping over these walls. No one's going to be like, oh, you know, I don't usually do this. As soon as I start hearing I don't usually, I'm like, Then do you know what? Then you need to go back to what you usually do, because out here we ain't doing this, okay? Because I'm not about to do this little, you know, I don't usually, you know, I'm not really a fast mover. You lie. Oh, I don't really kiss. You lie. Listen, you lie. Listen, you just don't want me, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's okay. I don't need to stress. But you know, when they start doing those bars about, you know, I don't usually do this or whatever, I take it slow, whatever. Yeah. You see how Jjasmine and ARRIS are? See how everyone understands that ARRIS don't like that woman? That's what the same way. You know, I want the same way. We don't want Jjasmine jumping through hoops to try and get his man to change. He ain't changing for doo-doo. And if she gives him any ass, he ain't gonna change. So, you know, more love anyway. But yes, I do believe that Karen was worse than Kirsten, because she really actually trounced his masculinity. Like, she announced it. She told the nation, okay, on several occasions, that you're not masculine enough. Can I be honest with you guys? A lot of people slated me at the time when I said it. I said, I don't think this couple gonna last long, because there ain't no way you gonna trounce and denounce a man's masculinity on national television, and he gonna make this marriage work. He gonna feel resentment sometime soon. You know what I mean? And you know, I don't know where they are now. They said give them some privacy, so that tells me what I need to know. Okay, but anyway, who opened their mic?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, one real quick thing. Let's be reminded, you know, and I got a little flack for talking about Kirsten and, you know, doing some other types of activities, right? You know, I was being a little crude like ARRIS, but listen, in her interview, she said she wants a guy with a, you know, so she's with the energy. That's all I'm saying. So don't nobody that ain't with the energy gonna come on and say, I want, you know, I want the D to be a particular way. So trust me, Kirsten kisses something. Because if you want the D to look and feel and be a certain size, what you gonna do with it? You want it that way for it to look that way, or you want to do something with it? So she knows exactly what to do when she wants to do with who she wants to do. And she don't want to do it with him. So I just needed to remind us of things that came out of Kirsten's own mouth. No pun intended.
She did say, I think it was the first week or the second week on the after party, she said that she's already given him 2 strikes, the bald head, the length of the beard, or something like that. She might have even said the age might have been a factor, but she definitely said that if he was whack in the bedroom, then that's it. There's no chance. But she has to give him the chance to prove that before writing him off. Unfortunately, I don't think she will. But the plus side of that is, if there's no intimacy, she can't say she was used, and he can't feel like he was taking advantage of either. Because if it does get to the bedroom and they're not feeling each other, then that could also get messy too, because there's no attraction there on her part. So
I hear that. All right, cool. Let's shift it away from them two then. Let's get on to Chris and Nicole, because Chris and Nicole, they had a flamingo night, and the friends came round, and the friend said, you know, Chris, you need to be strong. You know, you gotta be bold. You gotta be wiser. You know. So she wanted him to. The friends wanted him to, you know, to build him up a little bit, so he wasn't so weak. You know what I mean? And I hear what the ladies were saying. You know, I heard what the ladies were saying. He is yet to still see this dragon rah-rah. He said that they keep saying that, you know, that he's gonna see. But if enough people keep telling you there's a rah-rah coming, I think you need to be wary of that. But he said he hasn't seen it, so for him, he's not gonna think about that. So I want to get everyone's thoughts. What your thoughts were on Chris and Nicole? What were your thoughts on Chris and Nicole? You know, what did you see? What did you observe? What behaviors did you witness? Tell us your thoughts. Kay, I'm gonna let you go first. Go for it.
Which one?
Huh?
Which one? There's 2.
Oh, Chris. Okay, sorry. Yes, the 2 of us. Apologies. Kay with Avatar. Sorry, let me put that. Kay with a picture. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay. We're talking about Nicole and Chris. I think people underestimate Chris because I feel like Chris gets what he wants, but in the slyest of ways. And I remember Lewin had said something about Chris probably 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and I agree. Chris is playing in our faces. He's not weak. He's not a weak man, and I don't care what anybody says. And I also think that Nicole is a self-sabotager because I feel like she keeps pressing him and pushing him to see how far she can drag it. How far can I go? What more can I do to see if this man is going to stand up to me? Eventually, he's going to get tired of her stuff. Like, he's going to get tired of her. And I feel like he already is, but he's playing it cool. Because if you guys seen the next episode for next week, now he's telling her, First, he wanted them to live in 2 separate apartments once decision day is over. And now he's telling her that he wanted a woman with a nice smile, but not as curvy. So is a weak man going to tell a strong woman that? I don't think so. Chris is strategic. He knows when to say his piece and make it seem like he's timid. He's not. I really think he is fooling a lot of people. But I also feel like Nicole needs to fall back as well and stop trying to push that man to the edge before she gets what she's asking for.
Definitely hear that. Push me to the edge. Let me stop. All right, cool. K, other K, go for it.
Okay, so I think when it comes to Nicole, there is definitely a side to her that we have not seen. Like, too many people are speaking on it, and even she keeps referring to this strong personality. So I definitely think there's a side to her that we have yet to see. I also think I agree with the other K. She is kind of like a self-sabotager. Like, and that can be overwhelming to her partner, like Chris, like that constant always asking him, like, if today is decision day, what would your answer be? Or like, even with the matching shirts, like, do you want to wear it? You want to wear it? You don't have to. It's okay to say no. Like, all of that can eventually get overwhelming. But also at the same time, I feel like she's being too accommodating to Chris right now. Like, as far as her needs, like, she's not giving him an opportunity to bend and compromise where she is concerned. And I do feel like Chris is kind of a manipulator. Like, he is eating all of that up, that she's so eager to please him and make sure his needs are met, and he's just not doing any of that in return. Like, it I would think I would want them to work out, but I don't see it working out in the long term. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Kay. Appreciate it. Ariane, talk to me.
Maybe I just find them boring, but I really be zoning out with them quite often. Sad to say. The only thing I did notice was in the promo when he was talking about it seems to be another Clint where he doesn't date slender women. So I was like, not another one. I mean, I was like, it's looking bad. It's looking real bad. But if he's also saying it too, we need to do a complete overhaul of this entire show and like go back to at least 4 couples, if not like 3, like they used to do, and just I can't really say much about them, so I'm just gonna end it there.
Also, guys, did you notice that he brought up her curves after they had sex? Why didn't he say that to her beforehand?
Now, Keisha,
Now, Sean.
Oh, you got that energy for me today. Okay, I hear it. He was telling her about a comment that he had previously made so that she wouldn't be blindsided, and she got in her feelings. So that's what happened. You know, it wasn't that he said something's wrong with her body, or he was like, this is what I said because I don't want you for something to come out later and you hear it. You know, it's fine to me now. You're fine to me now. All I said was you're a little thicker than what I've dated before. Again, I'm not saying his comment was warranted, unwarranted, whatever it is, because I'm not going to go there. You know, I was schooled and I understand things now. So I'm not going to go back there. But I'm just saying he didn't talk about her body in a negative way. He just said, hey, listen, I said a couple things before. I just want to be proactive and let you know if you hear it later. This is what I said.
Okay, clearing that up. Okay, I hear you. Go for it, Crystal. Yeah, go for it.
I actually want to talk about the clip that we're talking about. I don't even think that clip is for next week. I think, remember at the end, right before they make their decision, they all have their little one-on-ones with each, like Dr. Pepper or Pastor Cal. And he said, I do have to let you know that I told them this. Because you know, they like to do this, show us to do a bait and switch. We were all waiting for that scene with Kirsten and Clint kissing, and we never seen it. So I feel like that's even going to be in a couple weeks from now. I just want to let you know what I did tell them was, so you'll be prepared. This it doesn't even seem like it's from next week, and he's trying to brace her for something. You know, beautiful face, I like everything about you, but I don't usually date thicker women or something. I said, they were probing him to say that. I just think that I don't think that he's this mean guy. I do think that what the first K did say is that, girl, you better stop trying to push him to say something, because you're gonna get it. If you keep trying to probe him, keep trying to push somebody into certain things, and well, if it was decision day, like it's just like your temperature check, stop that. Stop doing that. I do think that he does get along way too much, make a decision and stick by it. She knew them shirts weren't cute. She knew he wasn't gonna like it. But if you don't like it, girl, you knew that he didn't like that shirt, you know, and I feel like you're trying to push him. I'm trying to push him to be more aggressive. I'm trying to push him to make a decision or something like that. Stop doing that. Just stop it. Because when he does actually speak up, you're probably not going to like it. So, so you need to really mind, you know, how you handle certain things, especially with a person that's quieter. When they do speak up, you know, they're doing that on purpose. So, I do think they're gonna say yes on decision day. But she knew that she was the more aggressive of the two. She knew that he was a nice guy, and you know, I'm the one that's more aggressive. So he does go along to get along just way too much, and he needs to make a decision. He needs to just speak up. The friends said, don't let her bully you. He really needs to listen to that. He really needs to, there's more that friend wasn't saying. You know, when people, the nonverbal communication that friend was giving was a lot. And if he doesn't really, you know, take heed to what she wasn't saying, it's really going to bite him in the ass later. That's it for now. I don't know, the interaction between the brother and the best friend, that was interesting, but I don't know what to say about it right now. So that's it. Go ahead. maybe JR or Trey will get me on that one.
Can I just say, I don't think that Chris has a problem with making decisions, just like when it came to that apartment thing issue, like he already had it made up in his mind and he kind of finessed his way with her into agreeing to having separate apartments after decision day. So I think he's good with making his decisions outside of her.
He analyzed that scenario within the nth degree. Like he went through that scenario in his head 10 million times before he even broached it with her.
I totally agree with that.
I think that he wanted her to say, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to do 6 months or 3 months. But in him making that 9-month decision, that was almost like him saying, see, I'm right. There's something about me that she's not going to like. I'm sorry. I mean, hey, and if I'm wrong, just like last week, I'll say I'm wrong. But I don't know. I don't see him as malicious. I think he's got some issues, though. I think that he's got a lot of self-esteem issues. Yeah, I think he's got a lot of like childhood trauma, like Kojo always speaks about. There's issues there. I just don't see him as malicious. So
yeah, I don't think he's malicious either, but I do think he can be manipulative. Yeah,
definitely, because he came up with the apartment situation fast, but he didn't come up with the dog situation fast. So clearly he knows how to make decisions.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
I would say that I just think, like, similar to what we were saying, he doesn't really have emotional regulation, you know? And so for a situation that is extremely close to him, which is those dogs, you know, like everyone had been saying, like there is an extreme emotional connection that he has with those dogs, and they're like emotional support animals for him. So when faced with being separated from them, he couldn't, right? But there's no emotional connection completely with Nicole at this point, right? He likes her, you know, he's getting to know her, but it's not that deep of a connection. So he can be clear, like, hey, I don't see where this is going to go. When it comes to my dogs, though, they've been with me through thick and thin. I'm gonna lose it because I don't know the answer. He was like, for Nicole, we can live in 2 separate apartments. We can have some weird lease situation. Whether it makes him manipulative or not, I'm not sure. But what I do know is that dance that they did over that shirt that he needs to wear shows me that they both got some real issues, because for 2 adults, so for something as simple as a wardrobe option, right? And I'm not a big fan of Mitch, but he just said last season, I ain't wearing the shirt, right? So if you need to say your yes needs to be your yes and your no needs to be your no. And if your spouse has to go through this dance with you of, it's okay to say no, it's all right to say no, you really can say no, I want you to say no. First of all, lady, do you want him to wear the shirt or not? That's what I needed her to get to. Do you want him to wear the shirt or not? Because if you want him to wear it, tell him you want him to wear it. If you don't want him to wear it, then don't go buy the stupid doofy shirt. Like, it has to be one or none. And I'm just sick of that, because then she still revisited, which shows me you really wanted him to wear the shirt. She kept talking, oh, my friends, they like the shirt. What is it? Do you want him to just stand up to you? Well, that's a little toxic, because you need somebody to be who they are, right? And somebody should not have to be countering your bad behavior. Like, if you're somebody that steamrolls, if you're somebody that bullies, which all of her friends just kept saying it, she's gonna bully you, you better break up. Like, that's a problem. Hello, that's a red flag. And listen, I'm going to go back to Michaela. The family all called her Hurricane K. We called it out like, hey, listen, anybody with a moniker is a problem, right? The Hulk, the Incredible Hulk is a problem, right? Just because he's Bruce Banner on a good day doesn't mean that the Hulk doesn't wreck shop. So these alter egos, these side personalities that are extreme. You need to heal that stuff. You need to get over it. Don't come in there expecting somebody else to be able to cover / overcompensate for the things that you haven't done. Now, he's got a lot of work to do. I'm not excusing Chris. He's got a lot of work to do. He needs to make it plain, right? If somebody presents me with a shirt that looks stupid, I'm going to say, as much as I would like to wear that, it's not something I would normally wear, right? It's not something I would normally wear. Thank you. I appreciate the effort, but, you know, maybe we can get a flamingo pin, you know? But for me, the shirt is a no, especially on national TV, right? You know, it's one thing if we're in the comfort of our home and we want to be goofy, we can do that. But when millions are watching, I don't want to look like a goofball, you know? And I appreciate that. So can you put the shirt away? So, I mean, I think he just needs to speak plainly, and she needs to stop expecting him to jump through hoops because it's painful to watch. That's not a good dynamic in a marriage where I'm constantly telling you to say no when you're saying yes. It's silly. It's silly.
I'll definitely agree. I hear that. Ludin, have you spoken yet? I missed you. Go for it.
It seems like the spirit of my statement is growing, especially in the chat too. Slowly, we're going to see who Chris really is. And it will be such a glorious day when that happens. I will scream from the mountaintop. I was right. All right, let's start with Nicole. See, based on her past relationships, I believe she's trying to be better in this relationship because I believe in some shape or form, she is self-aware that she can be a lot, right? And that she's trying to learn from her past mistakes from previous relationships. And I think that's why she's doing these small check-ins that way she don't do too much, right? However, Chris is already on the up and up. So because of that conversation that they had at that at the trip, he knows the kind of woman that she was. However, she's trying to change that in this relationship, which it can come off that she's overcompensating. However, as much as the friends can say, don't let her bully you, you can only bully another person that's weaker than you, right? And I don't see that happening with Chris. You know what I'm saying? I really don't see that happening with him because whatever conversation that they have, he always have something to say, and he puts his foot down quite seriously, especially with that shirt. He's like, nah, I'm not wearing that shirt. He's making decisions and she's going along because she wants to do better, but it's not going to help her in the long run. I do want her to stop trying to please Chris and try to find a middle ground where like, hey, I think we should wear this shirt because it would show that we are a team, that we will coordinate, whatever, instead of it could be a communication where she doesn't sound like a bully, like being assertive versus making demands. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like those middle ground where she does become a bully by just telling, hey, you need to wear this shirt versus, hey, honey, I think we should wear this shirt. It would show that we look really nice together. This is a party. You know, different ways of communicating what she wants versus trying to be aggressive. And we do know some people from New York can come off aggressive because they have that assertiveness about them. So I do believe that Nicole has the right mindset in this marriage, that she wants to be better. She wants to be more open. She wants to incorporate him in the decisions. However, he saw that based on, the thing is, like, I don't like telling, like, if I meet a new guy, I don't tell him about my exes like that because that can be used against me. And I think that's what's happening in this relationship. So based on what she said about the past relationship, he's like, I can see how I'm going to use this to my advantage. Because now we have clips from upcoming shows where she's crying, where she's not feeling the best, where she's regretful, and then he's also saying mean things. Oh, I don't usually date someone that's thicker. Then why you have sex with me? Why are you smashing me if you don't think I'm attractive enough to you? Why are we smashed? Make it make sense.
Lil Wayne, I was with you. Why y'all gotta do that? Why?
What
No,
is
for real.
Some men just want to have sex.
For real.
That's not what he said.
Don't sleep with me. Don't sleep with me if you don't find me that attractive like that.
You're right. I agree with you on that. But some men just want to have sex. That's just what are you talking about?
Let's get divorced then.
Why you sleep with me? Because he's a man. Why not?
I don't think his comment was like a Clint comment.
I actually don't believe it was. I definitely think that he likes his wife. I actually think he likes her as a person and likes her. And also that shirt scenario was a whole tug of war. It wasn't like, oh, well, if you don't want to wear the shirt, you don't. No, it wasn't a simple thing. I understand. Don't sleep with me. You're right. If you're not attracted to me, don't sleep with me. But she wants to sleep with her husband. She was like, before the honeymoon, she said, are we having sex? So she let him know it was okay. She let him know I'm good with it.
Right, because she's attracted to him, right? She does want it. But however,
yeah, but
inside of him, like he always thought that she's too big for him. He said it.
No, just because she's big don't mean that she's too big for him. Just because she's a thick girl don't mean that he's not going to have sex with her, or that he doesn't want to still have sex.
I just want to be clear about the comment that he did say. He said that she was pretty. He thought she was pretty. That he just was relating what his first impressions were of her when he saw her, and he told it to production. So he was just saying, oh yeah, she's very pretty. I like her face and she is a little, thicker than what I've dated before. Not the best comment to make, but he did say he was attracted to her. And then he reminded her again, listen, when, seeing you now, being with you now, I'm attracted to you. But this is what I said when I first saw you, and I told production, so I just don't want you to see it later and think something different about it.
I think that Nicole is still going to internalize that comment because she's such in her head.
Yeah.
So even though he made it clear for her, like, that was not my intention, she's still going to hear thick, I'm thick.
Right.
And take it a different way.
Now that part I can 100% get with.
That's absolutely true. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Sorry. No, go ahead. Finish.
No, I was just gonna say, and all of her combativeness is a wrong word, but her how excitable she is and how the way she is, that's kind of a mask for self-esteem issues. So, and you saw how upset she was about that picture that hardly anybody saw on camera. She does have some self-esteem issues. So she is going to internalize it. She is going to, and even though he flowered it and he absolutely was not trying to say you're ugly or you're too fat or anything, he was not pulling a Clint. She is going to internalize that, and that's going to live in her head. Well, even if he's being nice to me, is he not really attracted to me? Even if he's being nice to me, he's so sweet, but he thinks I'm too fat. She is going to do that because she does have self-esteem issues. It is apparent. It is blaring that she does. So I agree with you on that.
So this is a question I have. How do we as men tell women how we feel about them? Because I think, listen, The women have done a not so great job of it this season, right? And offended a couple of the guys. And the men have done the same. And it seems like we're still landing at an offensive place. You know, I personally don't see the comment as offensive coming from Chris, but I get it. I do understand what everyone is saying. How do you say that to somebody? Like, how do you tell? Because I think as men, no matter what we say, if we don't say the woman is pretty, if we don't say she's beautiful, we're going to just get nailed, right? So I just want to understand, how do we tell a woman that we aren't attracted to the person? Especially it's not a random, right? It's somebody that you're in a relationship with, or you are dating or seeing or whatever. How do you say it?
I mean, if you're in a relationship with the person, do you need to say it?
I think
Right.
I
if
don't
you
think-
aren't, then yeah. I mean, so that I can get out the relationship, because I'm not going to waste my time. But I don't know, maybe that's just me.
You know, I see it as the same thing as going through somebody's phone. You know, you don't do that unless you're ready to leave the relationship. Other than that, like you dummy. So it's the same way. If I'm going to tell you something about yourself and it may not go the right way, be prepared for y'all to possibly break up. As I look at it, because some people can't receive criticism well, or they like Nicole. The person might internalize it and then start derailing, and then conflicts start happening, and then relationship is over. So it's like a fine line. Like, do I even want to do this? Am I ready for the chaos that comes with me being too honest?
Or what about, let's say there's two scenarios, right? One scenario is we're together, you've gained a little weight, and I want you to slim down a little bit, right? Or, you know, I find you attractive, but, you know, I just want you to be a little bit healthier.
So, and I was trying to wait for some of the other ladies to answer. And I do think, as Sean was saying, the fact that he's kind of waited until that they've gotten to know each other, the way he did it is not a horrible way. And I don't think it was a Clint way. He waited and he really wanted to get her to know her as a person. And he does think that she's, you know, you're attractive. I've just been more attracted to a thinner frame or something like that. He was saying that. And to me, I watch, and I think Kojo watches Deval and Kadeen, and we as women, we know what we know our size, right? But Deval, she was, you know, complaining, and she really wanted to slim down, and he said, okay, well, I'll go work out with you. Like, you know, he was like, I will help and be there to motivate you and stuff like that. But it was more, but he got to know her first. Clint saying that on day 2 or day 4 did not help the situation. I remember a couple weeks ago, I think you guys did a show and asked, well, what if you don't find the guy attractive? You guys were asking the ladies, and the ladies were, well, how do I say, hey, I don't find you attractive, or I'm not really that attracted to you, or wasn't that good, or, you know, we had sex and it wasn't that good. How do you phrase that? And to me, and I think I was in the chat and I said, listen, you need to concentrate on the positive. I'm attracted to you. I love your bald head. I love your eyes. You need to concentrate on the positive, concentrate on the things you do like, and not concentrate on the flaws, because those flaws are blaring. You know, we all see our flaws. We know what our flaws are. We women and men, we know what our flaws are. And if somebody that we really love and we are really wanting to impress sees them, it's going to make it worse in our heads. So in being somebody that is thicker, and I'm not a size 2, I know that hey, I actually, if you call me thick, I'm actually honestly, as a Black woman, thick is a compliment. But to not all women, it's a compliment. So you really need to just be able to get to know the woman first, and then phrase that in his way as, I would like you to be healthy and I want you to take care of yourself, like that. Don't just like, you're fat.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? Concentrate on the positive, not the negative.
Yep.
I was gonna say,
hold on. Sorry, just
I
because
know
of
that
the
was long.
poisons.
I'm sorry for my long
JR and
answer.
Trey haven't gone. That's all right. JR and Trey haven't spoken for a little while. So, Trey, go for it, and then JR.
Listen, all I know is we can only pray that Lorene is not proven correct about Chris, because we're not going to hear the end of it. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Is he manipulative? At first, I wanted to say no, but like I said last week, it's the reason why we brought it up. I think I was the first one to say it. I was like, oh God, I think Lewin may have a point. I can see some of the signs of it. And in this whole shirt thing, what I found interesting the most was what was shown to us was Nicole, bringing the shirt to him. Hey, I think we should wear this. Don't you think this cute? And it was all over Chris' face. Like, nah, this ain't it. Now, how it was presented onto the show at first, what we saw, it looked like he said, okay, yeah, we can go ahead and do that, blah, blah, blah. The next thing we see, they're wearing different shirts, and she brings it up again. Hey, we had these shirts, but he didn't want to wear them, and she made her little comment. What I found interesting was the fact that, okay, if Chris put his foot down, he put it down off camera. He's like, nah, we ain't doing this. I don't know if he didn't want to, or I don't know if he didn't want to like embarrass or come off embarrassing on camera in front of, because people are going to be watching. But either way, from what was shown, what was not shown was with him saying, nah, we ain't wearing this. It ain't going down like that. So manipulator, I don't know. Maybe he's a quiet manipulator, or he takes advantages of the situation at hand. Because, okay, I'll play this. What he is definitely taking advantage of the situation that Nicole is curtailing herself in all of these situations, and he's coming out on top. I say that because if you notice, he was the first one, and all his family, they put it in her head that he has been stepped on by women before. So he's already a type of man that, okay, I done been through this. I done been through this before. So I ain't going through this again. So he's going to go to the extreme to make sure he doesn't, take advantage of. Now, I think we're looking at this. He's not trying to be rude about it. But I don't know. This is kind of weird to say. Because Nicole has heard from him and his family that, this man has been, probably emotionally abused by other women. She's going out of her way to make sure that she doesn't present herself that way to him, because she knows she's a bully. She is the big bully on the block. Her friends know it. It's what it is. I found it more interesting in the conversation between her when she went to go meet her friend and talk. The friend was like, yeah. Even the friend was like, you know what? I don't think Chris is the one we got to worry about. I'm worried about you and how you usually are. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, I think, and they keep warning us about this bully side. I think we're going to see it. She's trying to hide it. She's trying to hold it back, but we're going to see it. And then now we're going to really see what Chris is about and how he responds to it. That would be the test to it. I don't know. Is he a manipulator? I don't know. I don't know. Is he taking advantage of the situation? Yeah, that's human. Most people do. If the shoe was on the other foot, Nicole probably would too. You take advantage of your situation or the information you have. We all do it. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, so I'm gonna particularly focus on the whole t-shirt thing, the shirt. Listen, it's never cool to try and tell your partner how to dress. You know, he has a mind of his own. He knows what he's going to feel comfortable wearing. He has an idea of what looks good on him. And even if she may have done it, you know, as a term of endearment, like the fact that he said no, that should have been it. It shouldn't have been a tug of war. How are you going to tell a man what to wear? If the roles were reversed and he was like, girl, I think you need to wear some of them shorts that Kirsten was wearing, you know, it would really punctuate. And she said, no, I'm going to feel over-sexualized, or no, I'm not going to feel comfortable. Listen, it wouldn't even be a discussion. Right? We would call it out. So I think there is an element of forcefulness that was unnecessary. Like, he said no. It's his body. He doesn't have to wear where he doesn't feel comfortable wearing. That's it. It's a little bit overbearing, in my opinion. But I think that she's definitely aware. Like, Nicole is definitely aware of her bullying tendencies, because her friends would have had these conversations with her when they've seen examples of her doing it around them. All right. So she's fully aware that she has that. And I think she is doing her best to try and suppress it and contain it so it doesn't come out on TV. But someone used the analogy of the Incredible Hulk before. Every time Banner tries to stop himself from turning into the Hulk, guess what happens? Eventually, he ends up turning anyway. And that's what I think is going to happen with her. I think she was particularly sensitive about the comment, you know, like when he spoke to the producers and told them his type beforehand. I think she was particularly sensitive because if you saw how she reacted when Clint said what he said about Gina, she was one of the most vocal ones. I mean, all of them were upset, but she definitely made a point of saying that Clint is gross for what he said. All right. That should never be said to a woman, right? So the fact that she went in so hard on Clint, and then now potentially hearing that her husband has said something similar, obviously, like taken in context, he was talking about his preferences before he actually met his wife and all of that, right? So yeah, I think she just in general has a hang up about her physical appearance, and that's not down to Chris. That's down to something that she's had to probably deal with and internalize, you know, long before getting married. And you know, we can't say that he was particularly vicious in saying what he said, because it wasn't an amped up situation. It wasn't an argument. He pulled her to the side to kind of tell her what he told the producers. He didn't have to do that, but I felt like he was trying to kind of protect his neck. I think this couple do like each other. They've progressed the furthest out of all of the couples. They've been intimate. All right. There was no fallout after the intimacy stuff. She's wanted to have sex. She's intimated it, like made reference to it like 2 or 3 times before they even did the do, right? And so there is a physical attraction there on both parts. And I think, you know, like when you see someone naked, that's when you get to see their real body, their real flaws. They're not wearing the wonder bra or the push-up bra or the, you know, the extra padding in places that, or you know, the corset or anything like that, the waist trainer, then like you can't hide. When you're naked and you get to see the person, that's when you can really see who they are for, you know, in their entirety. So if you ask me, I think he may be a bit emotionally soft. I think that is due to past relationships, and I think that he should not be carrying that into a new relationship, right? We talked before about his him being upset about being away from them dogs. I think he trauma bonded with them dogs. They were like trauma dogs for him. He overcompensated for the lack of woman in his life, and probably spent a lot of time with those dogs, and emotional investment went into that as well, because ain't no way dogs should be running up in the bed and all them thing there. So yeah, like, I don't think he's a villain. I haven't reached that point at all yet. I don't think Nicole's a villain either. I just think she's very forceful. And the thing is, when you ask someone a question or when you expect someone to do something, they are entitled to say no. And you have to be fine with that. You have to be cool with that. If you if you don't like someone saying no to you, that means you're trying to set the path for you to steamroll that person. All right. So when you ask someone to do something, they may not feel like it, or they may not agree with your perspective. They say no. That's it. That's the end of discussion. Don't hold a grudge. Just move on. It was a shirt that you wanted him to wear, you know, and he said no. There should be no tugging. That's it. You just respect his opinion. It's his body, his style, his preference. Bam, that's it.
I hear you on date. And he said date. I won't add any more to that. All right. We're on the last leg. The last couple we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about, obviously, Jasmine and ARRIS. But before we do, just a couple of the poll results. Results. From before, we asked a question about whether Karen or Kirsten, who was worse. 47% of you guys said Karen. Sorry, 57% of you lot said Karen. 43% said Kirsten. So Karen was winning on that one. And we asked another question here. Would you date a nice guy like Chris? And 59% of you guys, of you ladies, said no, and 41% said yes about the situation. So clear to see, you know, no one's trying to date Chris. I hear that. It's not a beef. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? But let's talk about Jasmine. And our boy ARRIS. Okay. Our boy Jasmine and ARRIS, and I'll have a quiz for you guys at the end to win another $5. Sorry, not £5. $5 cash app. Well, it depends. If you're in UK, then you can get £5 in it. Yeah, I mean, but if you're in the US, obviously it's $5. Thank God, because it's such cheaper when it translates to the pound. So, yes. So make sure you stick around, because we will have a little bit of a quiz at the end. Maybe I'll feel generous. Maybe I'll make it 10. Who knows? Depends on my accountant looks like. All right, cool. So talking obviously about Jasmine and ARRIS and their situation. You know, we wanna discuss the lack of sex that's happening, the lack of intimacy that's happening. And I'm not gonna be honest with you, I'm starting to see Jasmine differently right now. Can't lie to you. And I'm starting to see what the cousin was saying. Not gonna lie to you. I'm not saying that Jasmine is bad. I'm just saying I can see what the cousin was seeing now, because Jasmine is very well put together, but her facial expressions always give her out. And then actually her cracks have started showing during the episodes, because now I'm starting to see a little bit more vocality. And it's like, baby, I need you to relax. Put that vocality in your behind the scenes with him, not when you're in front of the people. Then again, too, he also pulled her out too. I didn't like the fact he made the comment that he made about we're arguing or whatever. I didn't think needed to be said in public, personally. But yeah, when they spoke about sex in front of the group, you know, when he said, look, we're not having sex because, you know, there's nothing really, we're not in that space right now. She was like, Yeah, it's him. And I was like, babe, relax. I know that the thing you want the D, but relax. We're still in public. So then you start to realize, I think that's what the cousin was kind of seeing. That I'm not saying that she's fake. I'm saying that she's used to putting on a particular frame, a particular image. So her true thoughts of how she wants to say something doesn't come through. So a lot of times her facial expression gives the truth of how she really feels. And actually she added some audio today, right, behind it by saying it's him, you know. So yes, I definitely think that she may not always say how she feels now, and her prim and proper way of dealing with her prim and proper classy kind of image can create, quote unquote, especially for those who are us who don't necessarily relate to that particular aspect, it can look like, you know, you're being fancy and being a bit fake. I don't think she's necessarily being fake. I just like she allows things to kind of escape her a little bit. You know, we're in public, babe. You know, don't worry. Listen, I know he ain't giving you the D. All right, okay. I know he ain't giving you the D, but that was a little bit of outburst that I saw in the public, and I said I saw the same thing also on After Party when she first came on too. There's a little bit of an outburst. I was like, baby, okay. So you know, I'm just saying, listen, if you want to say it, say it. Say it in your privacy, but now it's leaking in public, and that's my problem with her. Not that she's bad. I'm saying that she has to have a better way to communicate. You know what I mean? Someone's saying that she's sick of him. She may be, but she needs to keep it cute and keep that in the privacy, not in the public domain. And if you actually if you stop being regal and stop being classy behind the scenes, let's tell the truth how you feel, this won't be happening. This is what the cousin's actually saying, but she's calling her fake, and I don't like that. It's going too far. But if you actually were saying these things behind the scenes, you wouldn't be blurting it out like this when you're in public. That's the point. I know she might be fed up, she might be frustrated. I hear that. She may be, but she needs to say that stuff in the private domain, not in the public. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say to her. You may not like it, guys. You may want to defend her, and I hear that, but don't defend her because you understand where she's coming from. Defend her because what's right or what's wrong in that relationship. Coming out in public in front of the group like that, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. And I'm calling ARRIS out too. He started saying stuff that didn't need to be said in front of friends. It wasn't necessary. It was a public setting where he called out a situation that they had. Oh, she doesn't do this. I said, don't do that, ARRIS. Don't do that. You're not protecting her if you do that as well. You know what I mean? So both of them need to say stuff in private, you know what I mean, as well. All right, cool. But let me get other people's thoughts on Jjasmine and ARRIS, baby. Okay. KK, KK without the video, you go first. Go for us.
What I was gonna say is I feel like Jjasmine saying that publicly was the warning before the kill shot. So I kind of feel like, I'm not saying this is what it's going to be, but I kind of feel like this is about to be a Ryan and Brett situation where somebody's on the app while still in the process looking for something, or someone's going to be texting X to come through because they're not getting what they want. Not to say it's right, but I can see that going in that direction for the both of them. Specifically Jjasmine, because Jjasmine has, compared to what people think, I believe she has a level of confidence that she knows that she has options. She may like ARRIS, yes, but she does have options. So it's like, if this guy is not giving me what I want, I probably is going to call one of the guys that I know that's been, as you like to say, hover or orbiting around to give me what I need. And regardless if she has the classy image of a beauty queen, I believe she has that in her. I really do. Now, as far as are we talking about the cousin yet, or is that going to be for later, or should I say that now?
You can say it now if you want.
Okay, so the cousin, because you were saying that you see what the cousin sees. I just believe the cousin is a hater, honestly. I believe that Jjasmine met her, twice, I believe? Maybe once or twice, or they had a conversation once or twice. she didn't give her a chance, and I feel like she's projecting her feelings or her knowledge of who ARRIS is as her quote unquote family member. She's projecting on Jjasmine to be the bad person, and she's calling her fake. I don't believe Jjasmine's fake. I believe Jjasmine's poised, and she tries her best to keep it cute and be nice, because the little slick comments that she was making when they met each other with ARRIS's mom, she could have checked her right then and there, but she didn't. And I feel like she's kind of trying to push her to get to that point. But Jjasmine is like, I have an image to uphold. I don't mean in the sense of fakeness, but I have an image to uphold. I mentor kids and I'm on TV. So I'm not going to let her have it the way that I want to. I just feel like she's way too involved. I see ARRIS meeting with the quote unquote cousin more than he meets with his own mother, getting advice from the cousin more than his actual mom, which I find very, very strange. And once again, I do not believe this is his blood cousin, but that's just my personal opinion, because she acts way more like an ex-girlfriend than a cousin. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, I definitely hear that. Okay. Yeah. Crystal, go for it.
You want to let the guys go first?
No.
Ooh. Kojo. No. So why is it, and I really want to ask this guy, the people in the chat, I want to ask this of the panel. Why is it that if I am trying to be respectful and classy, I'm not a woman? Why is it that if somebody is a little bit more domineering and somebody wants to speak up, why couldn't she say that she's a little bit too meek? Or she, why couldn't she say, Jjasmine needs to speak up? Why couldn't she say that? She said Jjasmine needs to be a woman. Why is she less of a woman? Because she was being respectful. Girl, you met this woman. This is you haven't even met her twice. You met her one time in front of his mother. If I'm in front of my man's mother, I am going to be like, hi, how are you doing? This is breakfast. I am right after a wedding. I am going to be respectful. Okay. So for you to think that I'm not being a woman because I'm not speaking up, because I'm being respectful and I'm trying to respect my man, but I got smoke for ARRIS, of course. But how dare you say she's not a woman? Okay. And she's fake. You're fake. You got an issue with this man because you're looking at him as your man. That's your cousin. Or is he? Okay. So you calling her everything under the sun, but you don't even know her. You don't even know her. You pissed off at her for marrying him. You pissed off at him because you know he's not ready. And you don't want to even come to the housewarming. Good, because she don't want you there anyway, because you were disrespectful the first 5 minutes. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. This is about married people. Stay out of it. But he wants to keep you in it. And then he's the meek one. Well, I really want to invite my cousin. No, go ahead, write her name down. Write her name down. I don't want to write her name down. And see, here's the thing. You said that Jjasmine, I see what the cousin's talking about. No, I don't see I do think that Jjasmine can make a decision and she can stick up for herself. I think that, yes, she's a patch. Yes, she's been poised and she's had training in how to be classy, or she's just somebody that knows how to conduct herself in front of family or in front of his mother. But she also knows how to speak up for herself. And why would I want somebody in my space who doesn't like me? You don't like me, you stay over there and don't like me over there. I don't need you in my house. That's fine with me. And you can be over there and I can be over here and I can enjoy my party. But this man has shown that he will never have her back. He keeps saying, if I'm sick or if I got something going on with me, I know that she's got me. I know that she would do everything for me. If we have a family, I know she'll be there. All the blah, 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 blah. What have you once said that you're going to do the same thing in return? No. This man in front of his cousin, it was like he was having a mental tug of war. He was hoping that the cousin said that she wasn't going to go, because Jasmine already said that she's not invited. Because if the cousin said, oh yeah, I'm coming, then he's like, oh hell, because he's not going to stick up for her and say, you know what, the last time y'all spoke, you weren't respectful, you didn't handle it right, and I don't think you should come. Or just don't even mention it. Have the party without her. No, you just want to avoid your cut. You know, she's real domineering personality, and just because the way you speak, she's going to take it wrong anyway. Shut up. Just shut up. I'm gonna go back to him in a second. But Jasmine, you got your own issues, sweetheart. I know you're a dog breeder, but you should not have 4 dogs in your bed with you. I'm just gonna listen. The dogs are cute, but I'm a single girl. You know, of course I had all 4. Well, no, not of course you had all 4 dogs in your bed. No, just no. Just no. I got issues about that. I do think that Jasmine is sticking up for herself. I do think that she can stick up for herself, but I also think that there's nothing wrong with her being respectful. I also think that her saying that, oh, you got to answer for everything. And then they replayed it. And I said, they're right. The way she said it, oh, well, you answer everything correctly. No, that was a good answer. How about that she just has a good answer for it? Just because you have an issue doesn't mean that she's a bad person, and doesn't mean that she's fake. I have a serious issue with this woman calling this Black woman fake and calling her and saying that she's not a woman. Okay, sorry. That's why I wanted the guys to go first. Now I want to get to this little gathering. I do take issue with Jasmine saying to his guy friends or his brother and his cousin or whoever those 2 guys were, Jasmine was like, we're not having sex. I was like, girl, I don't think you should have done that. I don't think that that's the way you should have done that. I really agree with you on that. I agree with you on that part. That's his brother and that's his cousin. That's family. You know, family gonna get on the group chat, and that's not going to go over well. Saying it to the couples, that was her expressing her frustration with this whole scenario. I do think that Jasmine does have confidence. Jasmine does know that she can go out there and get a man. And Jasmine's like, we're not going to put up with this any longer or for too much longer. So I do think that she will do. There is something going to happen. Again, next week, it does look like they might, something more will happen, but I don't know. So there you go for now. Sorry. I'm not sorry.
No, that's cool. I appreciate you. Ariane, talk to me. What are you saying?
Well, Crystal kind of took the wind out of my sails for that. The only thing I'm going to say is the cousin had the nerve to tell ARRIS, well, if you're going to be in this marriage and try to make this work, you need to sleep with her. I was like, now I know she did not just say that, because Jjasmine even admitted herself she falls in love easy. And there are women who fall in love through sex, unfortunately. And she could be one of those women. So this lets me know that it just, like, this cousin needs to get off our screens and expeditiously, because I cannot stand her. every fiber of my being. I just cannot stand her. And that's all I'll say, since Crystal pretty much said everything else.
I don't think the cousin has a man. She needs one.
Absolutely not. She's sitting there with 3 dogs in her bed too.
Okay, ladies. Kay, go for it.
All right. So ARRIS, I think he is fearful. Like I feel like there's a fear there when it comes to Jasmine because he's not used to that caliber of woman. Like he tried her on the honeymoon and she wasn't going, and he shrouds that in, oh, I'm not attracted to her. She's not my type. Like she's just not what you're used to. She's not that big booty with a smile and nothing in between. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't think he knows how to handle that. I think there's that fear there because if you remember, he was saying that with the loss of his dad, he's afraid that he doesn't know how to lead a family or stand up to be that guy. And he knows that's what she's expecting. And I think he's just afraid that he cannot fill those shoes. So he's shrouding that in, oh, well, I'm not attracted to her. She's not my type. And then also I feel like he's not covering her, especially when it comes to their cousin. Like when he met up with that cousin, like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, you should always be standing up for your wife first and foremost. And I also thought he was being straight up petty, like when he came back and told Jasmine that, oh, well, I invited her and she said she didn't want to come. Like, what was your whole point in even saying that? Like, some things can be just left out. Because first of all, you should have went behind her back and invited her anyways. If you already knew your wife didn't even want her to come. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he was being messy boots with that and petty. And then with Jasmine, I'm thinking, because if you remember when they had their friends over for the housewarming, you know, it came up that they both have communication problems. And she made it a point to say specifically that she has communication issues when it comes to relationships. So I definitely feel like there are some insecurities that she has with herself with being in relationships with men or whatever. And especially with her saying she falls in love easily. Like I see that as having attachment issues, and maybe she's not as confident in herself as she needs to be. And even though we see her in these pageants, believe it or not, a lot of those people that do pageants have self-esteem issues, and so that could be something that she deals with. And you know, and so that may be part of her insecurities when it comes to relationships or whatever. But yeah, I don't see it for them either. I really don't. That's about all I got. And the cousin needs to mind her business. She irks the hell out of me.
I hear that. That's fair. That's fair. Sean, talk to me. What are you saying?
Yeah, these two need to call it quits. I think similar to Dom and McKinley, they just need to call it quits because I think it's just one of those things where it's an imbalance in the attraction because she's obviously attracted to him and she's saying it a lot. And I really wish that she wouldn't because, and I'm not saying lie, but at the end of the day, if you're not getting energy from somebody or somebody is saying they're not attracted to you, there's no need for you to constantly say, well, you know, I just wish they would rip my clothes off. I just wish they would do X. You know, I'm very attracted because all that does is make the imbalance worse. And especially in a new relationship before, you know, they haven't gotten to the trust. They haven't gotten to a connection. You can't be all in and the person's all out. And ARRIS is very clearly all out. He's all out on her physically. He's not emotionally supportive, right? And I think the cousin has some points, about, you know, Jasmine just having this, I think it's almost like passive aggressive, like it's on the surface. And because even on the after party, Keisha was like saying like, hey, listen, you keep mumbling things under your breath. What are you saying? And I think that is her communication style, because when she has something to say, she might have an attitude and you might be able to read her energy, but she doesn't necessarily communicate that effectively in terms of what the issue is, right? And I think that's the lesson to be learned, because these two ain't going to be together. But the lesson for her is to be more vocal, right? To not be all in, because that puts you, and the person on the other end is not all in, to be conscious of reciprocating energy, because that is how you get taken advantage of. And that is what's happened to her in her past relationships, where she said she's had issues. So I think those are the things that she needs to be conscious of, and not being so open and so willing to someone that is clearly not interested in you, right? And again, I'm not saying we're not holding ARRIS accountable. He definitely needs to be supportive of his wife. You know, when I spoke about last week, being careful of who you allow in your space, who you allow access to your marriage. We even talked yesterday, right, about on the other topic, we talked about, is it okay to have an ex come to your wedding? So thinking about ARRIS and Jjasmine, is it okay to invite a family member to your house and that person doesn't like you? Or the one of the spouse, you know, one of the people in the couple don't get good vibes from the person? The answer is they should not be welcomed in your home, because if you don't like one part of us, you don't like all of us. And I think people need to be more clear about defining those boundaries when it comes to who they allow access to their relationship, who they allow information, who they share information about their relationship with, because those things can be the seeds of growth that grow to really damage a relationship down the line, because a person has gotten so used to having access to your relationship, having access to you in a way that is not healthy. Because I can't really be objective, and ARRIS's cousin can't really fully be objective. Although she has some good points, she can't be fully objective because she has some issue with Jjasmine, whether it's about the relationship that she has with ARRIS, whatever that may be or not, or whether it's something in Jjasmine that triggers her, right? Maybe Jjasmine was the girl that she always wished she could be, or there were girls like Jjasmine that she would see, and because that's not who she is, she, you know, had a distaste for them. There's something there about Jjasmine that triggers her. There's no doubt about it. And it doesn't allow her to be warm and welcoming at all, right? And that's the energy that Jjasmine is picking up on. And I don't think she should be forced to have her in her home. So I think when we think about relationships, those are the things that we should be conscious of. We shouldn't give anybody carte blanche, right? Oh, this is my family. This is my sister. That's my mama. No, if they're rude and they're bringing bad energy, they gotta go. You gotta put up a boundary. Not saying to cut them off, but sometimes they need a little distance. They need 6 feet. We can still social distance in 2023. And sometimes we need to do that from our own family, especially when they're displaying negative behaviors.
Appreciate it, Sean. Gotta go. JR, talk to me. Gotta go.
Yeah, I think the cousin is extremely jealous of Jjasmine. And I detected that from even before the marriage took place. Like, she was trying to get ARRIS out of there before they said the vows. So that energy hasn't changed. She doesn't like her. I think there is a level of envy. You know, when she was going at Jjasmine about how polished she is, she's giving pageant answers on all these different things. She's taking so many shots unnecessarily. All right. Like, most people in your corner would be happy if you got with a girl who was eloquent, you know, somewhat attractive, intelligent. You know, why did she make such a point of trying to make that a flaw or reason for ARRIS not to want to be with the girl? So that to me spoke of a level of envy and jealousy. I don't know why she is so so I want to say protective of ARRIS. I get that they grew up together and they're like cousins, but still you would want the best for him, you know. And if she thinks the best for him would be to bounce out of that marriage, that doesn't seem right to me, because he's emphasized how the loss of his father plays a huge role in how he wants to succeed in this marriage, right? So, but let's be real, ARRIS isn't attracted to her. And that is the most important thing. We've already discussed attraction a lot throughout this season and already in this episode. ARRIS is not attracted to Jjasmine. It's not going to change. It's been quite a while now. They've laid up in bed just like all the other couples have. They've been around, they've done their dates, they've been around family. Yeah, like I agree with Sean. It's time to throw in the towel, because the longer it goes on, the more it's going to seem like he's leading her up the garden path, right? He's leading her into a falsehood that there is hope for this marriage. And I'm not saying he's doing it maliciously, all right? I'm saying that he's too conflicted for it to go ahead. So I don't think they should sleep together. I've said that before. I don't think that would be the worst thing she could do, because the attraction isn't mutual, right? And then we come to find out that the lady he slept with 2 weeks before the show is someone that she follows and knows on social media. So that further complicates things. So yeah, like it's a wrap. It's not gonna, this attraction's not gonna grow. It doesn't work that way for us guys most of the time. When we see a girl that we like, that we're attracted to, we usually hone in on that one. And if we see that as someone we want to marry and stay with for a long term, it doesn't matter what she says, or in the comments people talking about her teeth and all these other different things. Doesn't matter. As long if she's attractive to you, or attractive to the guy, you're gonna be with her. Let's not pretend that every girl that's married, or every girl that's in a long-term relationship is a 10 across the board according to everyone's standards. No, like it just depends on the person you're with and if they find you to be a 10 or find you attractive in that way. So ARRIS doesn't feel her, but like I said, I think there's a level of conflictedness there where it wouldn't make sense for them to proceed any further, especially not intimacy wise, because she's gonna get hurt. She talked about being hurt before, and it would just be another pain that she might have to deal with. She might feel played, and he's not going to benefit. Like, he's not going to sleep with her and then automatically turn around and start liking her and thinking she's fine and stuff. No matter how good she's in bed, it's not going to change.
Appreciate you. Trey, you telling me, cuz?
Yo, yeah, the cousin was doing way too much. But I gotta say, a part of me did understand what you were saying, Coach Joe, earlier. I saw some of her issues that she had with Jjasmine, because I had those same issues before we even met the cousin. Do I think she's a hater? Oh, heck yeah. Woo, she a hater. To the umpteenth power. Is she all the way wrong? I can't say that either. But I don't think she's in the position to say anything about it at all. She really should keep quiet. ARRIS is a supposedly grown behind man. Should be out here making his own decisions. And she's holding way too much of weight and position in his life to be talking like this. It's crazy. It's looking wild. I didn't want to go on the kissing cousins route and all this, but she's way too possessive. It's weird. It's too weird. Um, ARRIS is not attracted to her. I am glad that he has not have sex with that woman, and I hope he does not have sex with that woman when he knows he ain't feeling her like that. That's just too problematic. That's the only bail I've been giving him. I was like, well, at least this guy knows the situation he's in. He's tried to be kind enough to like say it like, you know, hey, I'm just not there, this and that and third. He hasn't been overly rude about it either, because he probably could have. But he hasn't been overly rude about it. But he's just not feeling it. But I am so glad that he hasn't gone through and just, you know, laid down with the child. Because, yeah, she's been given way too much context clues that if he would have gave it to her, oh, you would have seen a different type of Jjasmine. You know, she won't be able to let go. She won't be able to let go. It was very concerning at that party, because now it's getting to the point that they're going tick for tat for one another on smaller issues. Like they did not, you know, I think it was ARRIS who brought up the fact that, you know, he wanted Fallon invited and she had a problem with it. You know, I was like, why would you even bring this up? Why? It really didn't need to be brought up. And I think afterwards was when Jjasmine mentioned that they weren't having sex just out of nowhere. I was like, well, they ain't even know that either. This y'all just telling all your business, even though it's obvious if you look at it. But if you notice everybody else in the room was looking at them, everybody kind of did the side head like, well, okay, what's going on here? This is not looking good. But yeah, I definitely think they are on the outs, and it probably should have went the way of McKinley and Dominique. It's just, why are you here now? This is why, because the only thing that's going to happen is more resentment towards each other. It's going to be they're already doing little slight remarks to each other. Now it's getting to the point, Jjasmine, she's a lady. To all these questions that, is she faking this? No, she's a lady. So because she's a lady, she sees herself as a lady, she's going to answer certain questions a certain way. The main reason why Fallon's a hater is because she's ghetto as hell. And the fact that Jjasmine is not, that clashes with one another. You got a ghetto chick and a put together chick. No, they're not going to get along. They're not. It's just won't work. That's what their main issue is. But yeah, this is just a very slow train wreck that we see him watching right now with those two. It's kind of sad, you know. You thought it had a little bit of promise in the beginning, but the more and more this goes on, you just let it go. Just let it go. But I don't know. Are these people too stubborn to just say, you know what, it's over, it's a quit? Are they both too stubborn to say that? That's what it's given. Like, it just, no one wants to be the one that, you know what, I'm done, I'm out. You know, it seems like they're going to try to hold this out to the end for some odd reason when you know you shouldn't. But yeah, it's sad.
Trey coming
Hey,
through
oh
with
my
a
gosh.
bang. Trey coming through with the bangs. Go for it, Ludwin.
Ooh, it's my turn. Yes. Yes. All right. I was just watching the wedding episode just to make sure I remember what I think I saw. And when Jjasmine walked down the aisle, the cousin looked at her like this. The hate was on her face soon as she walked out with that guy. And she was like, the hate was there immediately. I like what Chair was saying, you know, two different women from two different backgrounds. And a lot of times, whatever sparked in her mind when Jjasmine walked out hasn't left her brain. That instant, I don't like her. That was the face she made. I don't like her. You could, like, it was on her face. And it's hard because I've met some people I don't like them either. I don't like their face. I just don't like their energy. I just don't like them. I've met people like that where, like, we just don't click. And that could be the thing between the two of them. She just don't like her. Now, I will say this. Her shoulders remind me of Nicole's shoulders. You know, just strong. I'm sorry.
And you was worried about me, Crystal? Really?
The shoulders are mountainous. And she don't wear no bra. Like, sis, you got some F's on you. Like, please wear a bra, ma'am. Like, make it make sense. But you know, it's one thing to instantly don't like someone, and also you can be triggered to where, like, okay, this person just made my insecurities flare out. So in this cousin, I do believe she has whatever Jjasmine is portraying is probably what she wants to be on the inside. She just doesn't like that it's flat in her face. Like, dang, I wish I was that smart. I wish I was that inviting or that gorgeous at the first sight. Because, you know, I've seen some pretty women in my life, especially with doing pageantry, and I just be in awe when I see somebody pretty. I don't hate. So it's weird for you to immediately go into, I don't like her. You know, so some insecurities in there that just make her like, I just won't get into it. Although she was already against the marriage. However, I think by seeing Jjasmine being so put together adds an extra oomph to the hate that she feeling inside about this woman. Now, granted, if I'm your cousin, quote unquote, if I'm truly your family, no matter if I don't really like your person, I might still show up for you. You know, I may not be Kiki King. I may not be, you know, hey girl, but I'm still gonna show up, you know, just be respectful. You're my family, but to immediately say like, I ain't coming. And on top of that, ARRIS wasn't really trying to convince her either, you know, trying to mend the fence between the two. Like, I think you still should come out. You know, maybe if you get to know her more, maybe, you know, I didn't see where he tried to make them have a come to Jesus moment. It was more of like, I'm just going to accept what my cousin says and leave it at that and not try. I just didn't like that, because if you're trying to be in a relationship with someone, at least make the effort to make both women in your life at least can be around each other. But it is what it is. Now, them two, I do believe we have a case of two people who don't know how to date and they go straight to marriage. And with ARRIS never been in a relationship, I also don't think he'd be dating either. I'm talking about actually asking questions, getting to know somebody, asking the right questions, going on dates, or figuring out, like, do I really have common ground with some people? Because all he was talking about was straight sex in the beginning, and I think that's all he knows what to speak about, honestly. Because if you had more depth, I'm pretty sure Jjasmine would open up, you know? And with the fact that he was so forward with sex only and nothing in his dating repertoire, she shut that down. So now he's like, I have nothing else to talk about. So now he's bored. He doesn't know what to do, and he has this woman who keeps looking at him like, "What are we doing?" And he's like, I don't know what to do with her because my small talk has worked with other women, hence the woman he slept with 2 weeks ago. You know, it's an easy, hey, let me get your number. It could be like a really small talk to just sleep with women, but nothing significant to build a long relationship. And then on top of that, match with Jjasmine, who also can't keep a man. So we have that problem. And so she has communication problem. He has communication problem. So they're just sitting there, sitting duck, looking at each other like, well, here we are. Very awkward at home. They don't talk because they can't talk. Because if she could keep a man, I'm pretty sure conversation would be flowing, or at least she would be more communicative to where he would be opening up some more. So both of them can't date. It's just a mess. But I do see them on the decision day clip. So I know they're going to last all the way to decision day. I don't know how. Hopefully they do get other people come on the show to help them with communication. Maybe, you know how they be having some weeks where they have the guide to help them speak along the way, or activities for them to do to, you know, loosen up. Maybe we'll see that over the course of the next 6 weeks. So I'm looking forward to see if that communication get better. I don't see them quitting before decision day. So.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ludwin. Listen, I'm with you guys all the way. Personally, I think Jjasmine and ARRIS should never have been put together. I don't know who put them together, but definitely ARRIS got some healing to do, deep healing to do, because you know what? He can actually see the goodness in this woman, but he's not sexually attracted, which I get. He ain't gonna change that. But he definitely needs to do some deep healing, I think, in order to be able to operate in a relationship. And I think Jjasmine, I think there's a little dragon in there. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I like Jjasmine, but she got a little dragon in there. I think he's gonna rear his ugly head. I think she put on a very nice performance. I'm not saying that she's not good. I am saying that I think we're waiting for the realness to come out, and that's why I said I agree to the cousin. Not that she's fake or anything like that. It's just simply I just don't feel like. Hold on, Crystal. I just don't feel like that she is upfront with how she feels about things, and that for me means that it's gonna spill over next. It comes out later on, and when that comes out later on, it usually comes out in a dumping session, rather than actually coming out as a look. Hey, look, I don't like this, and this is what I don't like. It feels like it's gonna come out all in a heap of this, rather than being like, actually, let's deal with one thing. I didn't like this at the time. Let me let you know this how I felt about the situation, and then okay, another situation. Oh, okay, I didn't like that. I feel like it's gonna be dumped all in one go, just by the way they've kind of gone about things. But I think both of them struggled to communicate, to be honest. But again, it's not about her being fake. It's about the fact that she bottles things up and then it comes out. So the show pageantry just helps with that ability to kind of put on that face. But I do believe that that it will come out. In fact, she told us this. If you actually go back to the very first episode, she tells us how she gonna behave. She's about that life. So where has that about that life gone? She told us where it's gone. She told us that ARRIS keeps her in check. I'm telling you now, crouching tiger, hidden dragon gonna come out when it come out. It's pageantry. She knows how to make sure how to perform in front of a camera. I'm not saying she's fake. I'm saying she knows how to make sure, just like someone who knows what all the camera angles are. They're not being fake. They just know I can't act in a certain way, but it keeps coming out. That's what I'm trying to say to you. It keeps leaking. It keeps leaking little by little. You know what I mean? About how she really wants to say what she wants to say. And you actually see it more on the after party. Just like, you see it unraveling. The classiness goes out the window. All that posture and all that goes out the window on after party. After party, we get in our real Jasmine on after party. After party, when she said, when it's all said and done, oh, you gonna get this work. You gonna get my fruit. You gonna get my true thoughts. You know what I mean? So again, I'm not saying she's bad. I'm just saying that she doesn't always tell us what she actually feels, and that bottles up, and that does eventually spill over. You know what I mean? So yeah, y'all gonna definitely cap by saying you wouldn't act a certain way in front of camera. You're capping now. You're capping.
I'm not capping. I have a question.
Because
you asked, I mean, you kind of explained it just now by saying that you're not saying that she's fake, but you called it a performance, and the real Jasmine's going to come out, and she's not that classy. What makes her not classy? Because she can be pulled together, and when she doesn't, like a couple weeks ago, she said, "I didn't come here for friend vibes." That's not being less classy. That's just letting him know in a certain way, that's not what I'm here for. I'm actually here for a husband. I'm actually here to build a relationship. If that's what you're feeling, that's not what I came here for. I think that she can speak up, but she can also, why can't she be both and still be a woman and still be classy and still be respectful and still and still have that respect and not be fake. I don't think that being fake and her being the real Jasmine and being able to speak up for herself are two different things. So I just want to know, I'm asking the question, what makes her less classy?
No, it's not that she's not classy. I said that the mask of the classiness mask slipped off. It went right off. When I watched After Party, it's gone.
That's how
when I say classy, it doesn't mean like she's not classy woman. It means when it slips off, it's gone, because how she really wants to behave, it shows up normally on After Party. Well, at least the last two that I saw, it shows up on After Party. So it's not saying that she's not classy. I've not said I agreed with the cousin in terms of her being fake. I said, again, I'm not agreeing that. What I'm saying is the mask slips off, because again, the cousin, that's why I said the cousin has some truth. You are poised, yes. You are classy, yes. But when that's not, and that she made a comment about saying you don't like the situation, just say it. Because clearly ARRIS must have told her something. See, ARRIS was protecting her. He didn't say everything. He just kind of, in that scene that we saw, he kind of goes, "Oh no, but she's different." But it's like, why? So what did you tell her? Because she reiterated something that you had told her about a situation between you and Jjasmine. Because she was like, well, if she was annoyed by the situation, why didn't she just say it? And I think that's the point she's hitting at. It's like, it's not that she's not classy. It's not that she's she is fake or anything. No, what I'm saying is she's putting on. So instead of letting us know how she feels, she puts on the mask more to like, no, I'm classy. But all that does is that it builds up the frustration. A lot of us do that. So it's not about your classiness. Yeah,
being a dump. I hear you about like, okay, you hold everything in and then it's all going to come out eventually. I understand that part. But if somebody's, as she said, why didn't she just say it, right? But at the same, so you want to fight? So the cousin wants her to nuck if you buck. The cousin wants her to get bad with her. Why do that? If she doesn't want to do that, if she doesn't want to be, if she understands that this is your cousin, so I'm going to be respectful, and I don't really know her, so I'm not going to really say what I have to say. That doesn't say that she's being, and I understand you're not calling her fake, but why is that to the cousin saying that she's not real or she's not being, because she's not?
I don't know what the cousin, I don't care what the cousin said, because I said I don't agree with it. So whatever the cousin said, I don't agree with her. So I'm with you guys.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying is separate what my comment is from what the cousin's comment is, because the cousin is saying she's fake. I don't agree with that. I
hear
don't
you.
believe she's fake, and I don't believe she's not classy. What I'm saying is that there's an act of not being true to oneself in terms of what you want to say and how you feel. And when
Okay.
you hold that in, it is going to come out somewhere else. And
Mhm.
so, and that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get the audience to kind of see, because I understand where they're coming from, but I'm trying to make them understand at the same time, it's not about saying that she's fake. I don't agree with the cousin that. Hear what
Mhm.
I'm saying? When you bottle up things, it comes out. That is why she's passive aggressive. That is why her facial expressions become part of her communication, so much so, because it happened even with the couples, right? And then you make little snide remarks instead of just saying it in the private and saying, hey, this is how I feel. You say little snide remarks. And it happened at the table when they had their conversation about numbers, of who was saying what they were rating each other. Look, when you come up with little snide remarks, it means you're not actually being assertive your communication. This should have been said in private. Say it all there, get it off your chest, so it doesn't build up that when you're in public, you're making little sly comments, because that's what she was doing. And I'm saying that you can see it's coming from somewhere. It's coming from a place where when you're not free enough to express yourself in the fullest. And maybe that's part of what the cousin was seeing, but she took it all the way left because she's a hater. That's the reality. Do you know what I'm saying? The cousin's a hater, so of course she took it all the way left, but she saw something, So and that's why I said she's got a little bit of that rah-rah energy, but she don't want to tell you that. But it's coming out, because even on After Party, you can see it. It's like, oh, I was like, oh, okay, you got that little rah-rah energy. Okay, you got a little bit of, and that's why I'm saying that you're playing on it, because what you're doing is, you got that energy behind you, but you've got to keep up the image. It's not fake. It's just that you understand you got a brand to protect, and I'm not mad at that. I'm just saying that when you hold it in, though, when you hold it too much in, the fire in your bosom is going to eventually burn. It's going to come out. So you got to find a way of being communicative behind the scenes and being very well versed in communicating with that person, so that you get it all out your chest. Otherwise, you're going to end up saying snide little remarks like this outside of it, and it ain't going to work out great for you in the end. Do you know what I mean?
Last thing, and then last thing, and then
no, go for it. That's no problem.
So, because I feel like Jjasmine is speaking up for herself. I think that she's being respectful because that's his cousin, and I know that you guys are close. You guys grew up together and everything, and this is a new relationship. But at the same time, I'm not going to have this woman in my space. This is the way I'm speaking up for me, for myself. I am, but the cousin wants her to, and I understand you are not abiding by what the cousin is saying, but for her to say, well, why didn't she just say that? Why would she? I just met you 5 minutes ago, and I'm not going to do that. So I don't think that for her to say, well, she's being fake and she's being less classy and she's doing this type of person. And I think that she can be both. I think that she can speak up for herself, and she can be a classy and respectful person. And just, but yes, she is a little meek, and she does need to speak up more, because this is not the relationship that she wanted. But if she's got that rah-rah energy, I think that she's speaking up for herself. I think that she's doing it in her way. But you're saying that she's got the same energy that the cousins has, or she's got that rah-rah energy, as you just said, right?
Yeah, because she's past. No. Okay, let me explain it one more time, because I think people they're really gonna. I don't want them to get lost in what the cousin's feeling. Specifically, she's passive aggressive in her communication. When she gets frustrated, she doesn't communicate this very well behind the scenes. Then it comes out as passive aggressive in public. That's where you're having a problem. And what people are missing is they're trying to focus on what the cousin said and bring it into what we're saying. We're not talking about what the cousin's saying. Hear what I'm saying to you, because I feel like people are getting lost in how they feel about Jjasmine. It's as if we're attacking her. No, I want you to understand something. It's a behavior. Because she's not communicating very well, and she's admitted it herself. She's not a great communicator. I'm not saying that she has to be perfect. What I'm saying is we're picking up on passive aggressive behavior, which is coming out in snide little chip comments that come out. And I'm saying that the reason why that's coming out is because you're not expressing yourself in full totality behind the scenes. But we don't have to even, you don't have to believe me. She told us this was her behavior in the very first episode. If you go back and watch the episodes of Man at First Sight, when I watch Man at First Sight, I always watch the first episode when it starts, because they all tell you about how they feel about themselves. She told us that's part of her behavior. So you don't have to believe me. Go back and watch the first episode. You'll see it there. She tells us she got a little bit of that energy in her. So she said, "You try it with me. I'm a knock if you need to buck. Not necessarily fight, but she can give you a little something. And I'm saying that."
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go on.
No, I think that the cousin wanted to fight, but that's all I was gonna say. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That's all right. That's all I was gonna say.
Lud wants to say something. Go for it, Lud.
I don't like the term passive aggressive, because whenever you say that term, that means like the person is not necessarily being nice. Like they'll do the whole nice nasty, but literally in front of the cousin, she wasn't being nice. She was being respectful.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then she's just talking to her husband about the fact that I felt her energy. So if I don't want her to be around, she's going to be negative. So if it's something where if she was around the cousin, she was saying, you know, well, you're not that attractive either. You know, like saying like, I don't know how to say it. Like she's not. Okay, so she understands that the cousin doesn't like her, but she's not going to go do the back and forth with the cousin either, because she's not in that state of mind as a grown woman. So for me, I think the key word is non-confrontational versus passive aggressive, because passive aggressive is like they make excuses, they procrastinate, they ghost, or like they go silent treatment. I don't see Jjasmine giving anyone a silent treatment. She just don't care that deep for her to go back and forth with this other woman about her feelings towards her.
Passive aggressive would come under what you just described. What she does is passive aggressive. I know you don't like it, but it comes underneath passive aggressive. I'm so sorry, guys. I know you don't like that term.
Can we add the definition? Can we add the definition?
Go for it.
So passive aggressive is characterized by indirect resistance to the demands of others and avoidance of direct confrontation, right? So non-confrontational, which is what you just said, Ludwin, is the same as it is a form of being passive aggressive. I think sometimes we hear certain words and they trigger us, or we like the person, so it's hard for us to hear a certain aspect. But her being passive aggressive doesn't make her the worst person in the world. A lot of people are passive aggressive, right? Sometimes people are passive aggressive in certain situations and not in others. It depends on what it is. It's just a way you want to avoid the confrontation. But what happens is, and again, I said it earlier, Kojo said it on the after party, even Keisha called her out, because meanwhile they were having a conversation about a topic and she's talking under her breath. When somebody does that, that's low-key rude, right? You can be right, but if there's a conversation going on, like imagine this panel, right? And we're all talking about this topic, but I'm unmuted and I'm mumbling under my breath. Oh, I really don't agree with what Crystal got to say, right? But I'm mumbling. That is passive aggressive. I have a right to my opinion. There's a time in which I can speak if I agree with you. But if I'm sitting here mumbling under my breath and I'm never directly saying, hey, listen, Crystal, you said this and I disagree with it, that's wrong. That is not a correct and an effective way to communicate, especially in a relationship, because I'm keeping things in and then it's just going to be a massive outpouring when I'm really fed up, because she's fed up that they're not having sex. She's fed up that he's not attracted to her. She's fed up about the way the cousin is treating her. She's fed up that ARRIS did wind up still inviting the girl, that he still is not acknowledging her feelings about that woman wanting to be there, or, you know, him wanting that cousin to be there. So it's a whole collection of things. And then she's just going to hit him with all of this stuff when she should just let him know, right? And nobody, class, not class, whatever we want to think about Jjasmine, at the end of the day, she should be playing with ARRIS. Listen, I don't like the way your cousin treats me. I really don't want her here. And if you insist on being here, I'm not comfortable in my own space. So then we got to have a better conversation, right? That's the way you address it. Listen, I don't like the way you're treating me. I feel like there's something about me that you don't like. That is very hard for me to consider a marriage long term, right? It's not about what ARRIS does, right? We keep want to talk about ARRIS. We can talk about ARRIS all day, but let's talk about Jjasmine. Okay, we learned that, Kojo and I, with Zach, right? When we just hyper focused on Michaela, we missed all of the issues with Zach. So we don't have to hyper focus on ARRIS because he is a major issue in the relationship. We can still talk about some of the things that Jjasmine does that are self-admittedly issues that she has in relationships.
Okay, I think if non-confrontational and passive-aggressive are you said the definition, I'll stand corrected on that. If they mean the same thing, I will stand corrected. But I think it's more non-confrontational. But if the definition is the same, that's fine. I'll stand corrected. Okay. But and going to the after party, she was insulted that what's his name had mentioned, did you guys have sex? Because she felt like he already knew. What's his name? Mac had already known. So she felt like it was an insult and she was really offended. But again, if that's being passive aggressive, well, non-confrontational, okay. It's interesting.
Well, let me put it correctly. Avoidance of confrontation is probably a better word to say. And she does avoid the confrontation because he told us this. Instead of her telling him she didn't want her cousin to come, she texted him. So she left the room and then texted him. That's passive aggressive. No. What you should be doing is if I'm face to face with you already and I wait till I get home and then message you, it's because I'm afraid of the confrontation. That's why I've waited till I got home and then messaged you. When we're having a conversation directly one-to-one about the situation, and I go, let me wait till I get home and then message you. Trust me, listen, everything I'm telling you, I know because I'm a passive-aggressive mover. So I'm not going to lie to you and sit here and tell you I'm a most amazing communicator assertively. There's parts of me that are passive-aggressive. There's a lot of parts of me. So when I see someone that's passive-aggressive, I can tell you straight because I have some of the similar traits as passive-aggressive. Because the whole point of being passive-aggressive is because oftentimes people don't want to be disliked. They don't know how to express their negative feelings towards a situation because inwardly they don't conform, but outwardly outwardly they agree, but inwardly they disagree. And so instead of actually saying how they feel about situation, it comes out later on as a passive aggressive behavior. So we're not saying that she's a bad person. We're saying that there's parts of her behavior that are passive aggressive. That's it. Not because he's this way or because he's that way. She's simply passive-aggressive communicator. Because your communication is not based upon what someone else does. Your communication is based upon what you do. It's not based upon what anyone else does. If you choose to be assertive in your communication, you'll be assertive in your communication. That's how you are. If you're passive-aggressive, you're passive-aggressive. Okay. And that's okay.
So because I hear you. Because she said to him, when he was saying, when they were trying to write down, well, who's invited, and he was like, write it down, go ahead. And she's like, well, I guess I'm not coming to my housewarming. That's kind of a passive aggressive because of the way she said it. She could have said, I just don't want your cousin there. Instead, she waited till afterwards and she texted him.
Yes, she should have literally just said, hey, listen, I don't want your cousin there. Like she did. I guess I'm not coming then. Yeah, like she did later on, but she didn't do it at first. At first, she texted him after she left the conversation, rather than telling him straight at that point, hey, this is my da-da-da-da-da. She should have said it straight. That's a part of the passive aggressiveness we're talking about. She says things underneath her breath, passive aggressive. So it's not
interesting.
You know, it's a thing. Listen, by all means, people, I would say to the audience, go and read up about passive aggressive and come back, because the argument that we're having is about the fact people don't know the definition of passive aggressive. Go and check what the definition of passive aggressive is and go and come back, because me personally, I know what it is, and I'm one of those people that are passive aggressive, so I can tell you straight.
Do you think, again, I'm asking the men and everybody on the panel, that the way ARRIS approached the cousin in this conversation, he's passive aggressive too. He has communication issues, but he said to the cousin, well, she answered it in a very classy and respectful way. Like when Pastor Cal asked him about, intimacy, and she answered it in a very respectful and way. Like he was bracing the cousin for something. Why is he doing that? Why is he sugarcoating things with the cousin? Why is he doing that?
As in what? Sugarcoating to tell the cousin the truth about what?
About the relationship, about everything. He said, well, the pastor asked us one thing and she braced it in a very classy, respectful way. Instead of just saying, I want my husband I wish my husband would be able to jump my bones. And he braces it with her. Why is he treating the cousin with kid gloves? Why is he doing that?
Oh, someone's opening their mic.
Oh, I was going to say, I think he values the cousin's opinion a lot. And in a way, I kind of feel like he's pushing the cousin to like Jjasmine because he knows that she doesn't. So he's kind of like showing the cousin glimpse, like the positive glimpse of Jjasmine to kind of sway her mind to like her. That's how I feel like he's like spoon feeding her little by little.
Another part of it is he's also, unfortunately, is seeing what the cousin is saying. He doesn't think she's all the way wrong. Because if he did, he would have said something by now. He would have stopped her immediately. Be like, whoa, nah, that's not her. You ain't going to talk to her like that. But he's starting to see some of what the cousin is saying. That's why he's not fighting against it. And to everyone's point, we kind of beating around the bush here. Jjasmine did say this was her personality right in the beginning. She did.
So did he, though. He said that he's not a good communicator either. And
Yeah,
I was
talking about the passive aggressiveness on per se, but yeah, and they both also said that they were not good communicators. So you already got a situation that they would put in that if something happens, they're going to struggle with expressing how they feel about it. And we're seeing it right before our eyes. Like, she does feel a type of way about all that's what's going on, but she's not saying it. She's not really saying how she really feels. She's letting, to Coach's point, she is letting it build up in her to the point then she did pops off. Because she's done that on the after shows multiple times that she's been up there. Multiple times. That she just pop off of the situation. I'm like, where did all this energy come from? I'm like, oh, she got a little spice. I kind of like that. Hey. But yeah, she's always kind of been like this. She said it. She's been doing it. This is just the first time that we've been focusing on it. And plus, his cousin is trash, so we don't want to give her any credence. That's all this really is. But a person can be trash, an asshole, and all they want to, but it doesn't mean their point is incorrect. And I still don't think Jjasmine is bad at all. But she is somewhat passive aggressive. She's not going to jump out the box right off the bat. She's just not. She's going to be poised. She's going to think about what she's going to say. And then you might hear her opinion afterwards to somebody else. She probably won't say it to your face, but she's going to say it afterwards. Because we heard that to his cousin. She felt the energy that the cousin, episodes ago, she felt that energy that his cousin was giving her. But she just folded her hands in front of her, she crossed her legs, folded her hands. She's like, okay, I get you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. She just got back to ARRIS. She had some stuff to say. Like, yeah, your cousin, yeah, they didn't like that energy. And we saw it again this episode. He spoke her name out to be put on the list. She purposely, he spoke two names out. She purposely left her name out and said the other name, yeah, we're going to invite him. It was like, well, okay, now I get what you're trying to do, but if you didn't want the girl here, you should just say right off the bat, you know what, I'm not comfortable with her having here. That's not what she did. She tried to kind of play the situation like, you know what, yeah, what the other guy named Ruler, Ricky, whatever the other guy name was. He's like, oh yeah, Ricky, yeah, I'm gonna write him down. Didn't say nothing about Fallon. I was like, okay, yeah, we know how you feel about her. It ain't cool. Y'all ain't buddies. We understand that. You know, that's why I say they have two different personalities and they're clashing. Fallon is in your face. She don't like you, she gonna tell you. Jasmine's not. It's just the difference of their personalities. You know, it ain't nothing to be all hugged up over like, it's okay. They just have different personalities. And Jjasmine has a way of expressing hers that's going to rub some people the wrong way. Because there are people out there that doesn't like passive aggressive personality. That to them, it may come off as fake, which is not necessarily the case. It's just how they express their particular emotions. The only time it becomes a problem, I think y'all was saying it happened on the after party. We know you feel a certain way about a person, but instead of coming out and saying it, you're talking under your breath, or you only saying it to other people around the corner. Like it's almost like someone coming in your face, playing nice. Oh yeah, ooh yeah, girl. All this. Oh yeah, homie. Yeah, we cool. As soon as we turn the corner, or you walk away from the person, you talking smooth cash trash about them. That's when it gets problematic. That's when it's the issue. You know, when you could have been like, you know what? I don't appreciate what you've been saying about me. I've tried to be nice about it. I've tried to be respectful, but enough is enough. That's not what's been done here. That's not what's going on. You know,
I honestly feel like if Jjasmine was direct, the results would still be the same. Because ARRIS doesn't value her opinion. He doesn't value what she thinks. He chose his family over her pretty much, specifically the cousin. So even if she was direct, I don't think it will make a difference. He doesn't care. Like, he literally does not care.
Absolutely correct.
And what I would say to that is, it's not about ARRIS.
Thank you.
And I think that's where we are missing the point here, because my communication should be effective regardless of the person. Because if I'm communicating ineffectively, if I'm not sharing my feelings, we have put multiple definitions. There's a definition up there now from the Mayo Clinic. Obviously, Merriam-Webster's, there was some contention over that. The issue is, if you're not being true to yourself and then it comes up later, it means you're not comfortable effectively communicating your feelings, right? So when you don't do that, it comes out in other ways. The mumbling under your breath, sending me a paragraphs long text message when I just saw you 5 minutes ago. Because you know what a text message does? One, it avoids the conversation. It avoids, I can just say what I want to say. I don't have to hear an alternate opinion, right? So there is an element of passive aggressiveness in that, when you are not saying what you need to say. And again, these are things she can work on for herself, so that in the next relationship, I don't want her to fix her relationship with ARRIS. ARRIS is clearly not, from what we are seeing, the right person for her to be in a relationship with. She has a lot to offer. What we are trying to say, those of us that are calling out the passive aggressiveness, is the fact that if there's something you're feeling, don't use other methods to go around what you really can say directly to someone, because it is going to impact you. That sits inside of you. If I'm not comfortable and I sit and mumble under my breath, right, because I can't say it directly to you, that is something I need to work on for myself, so I build the confidence to be able to say what I need to say in a respectful way. I love that Jjasmine thinks about what she wants to say before she says it. We want her to continue to do that, but say it, right? Don't think about what you say and then don't say it, or say it in a way that is going through the back door instead of going through the front door.
How many times Jjasmine has said she don't like that girl? She said it like right after the breakfast that they had the morning after the wedding. She said it then. She said it again and again and again and again. Like, how many times has to say it? She wasn't being indirect. She literally told her husband like the day after, hey, this is what happened at the breakfast, after this was disrespected. It's not indirect. She flat out tell this man all the time, I don't like this girl. I don't want her around me. I don't like her vibe. She's not being indirect. She's just not having a full back and forth with the cousin.
Right.
But she will talk to her husband because that's what she needs to do.
And the cousin needs to stay out of it because it's not her marriage. But I
don't.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, it's not just the fact that she doesn't like the cousin. It's that she's keeping things to herself about ARRIS as well, and then saying little snide remarks in front of the other couples at the end of the episode as well. I think that's if correct me if I'm wrong if I misinterpreted that, Kojo, but I think that's what you were saying as well. Now, it wasn't just about the cousin; it was about ARRIS as well at the end of the episode. So,
I just think to myself, like, I made a passing comment saying that I just saw a little bit of where the passive aggressive energy was. I kept on saying 3 or 4 times, I do not agree with the cousin calling her fake. I separated myself from the cousin's comments, and this is not to the panel, it's more to the actual audience. But I realized what happened because you've built, and this happens quite a lot. The moment people feel like and this is, I'm going to say it, I'm going to call it as it is. You feel like a man is criticizing a woman in this instance who you like, you stop listening. And you started making a judgments on what I've said. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm not equating what the cousin said to her. And then people start making wild, the thing is, well, if she's not passive aggressive, is she confrontational? Now, you know that's not how communication works. There's another aspect which is called assertive communication, which is me telling you exactly how I feel without having to make it necessarily, without making it hostile. I can tell you and say, hey, I didn't like the way you did this. I don't have to make it a hostile situation. I can do it in an assertive manner. It takes time to learn how to do that, but you have to learn how to do that and become assertive with the things that you feel. If you don't like something, you come out and you say it. You have to learn that, because the other edge is that I can become passive aggressive. I can become aggressive in my communication. Then I still miss it. There's that beautiful, beautiful balance, which is there where it says, now get to a space where you can actually communicate how you feel without being aggressive, without going through the back door, and just say, hey, this is how I feel. You know, this is how I feel about the situation. So that's what I'm looking at some of the comments. I'm like, you're not listening to what I said because you're adding stuff that I definitely didn't say. I said specifically that she's got passive aggressive comments. And yes, she did tell ARRIS later on that she don't like the friend. But did she tell him about that she doesn't want her to come? Or did she text him? When she was sitting in front of him, when she was talking, did she tell him, or did she wait till she get home and then text him?
What she did was she said, well, I guess I'm not coming to my own housewarming.
That's passive aggressive. When you do that, it's passive aggressive.
And then later on,
because what you're doing in that moment, when self just saying, I don't want her to come, you try to flip it onto ARRIS by saying, well, I guess I ain't coming. That's passive aggressive. You have hostile, negative comments to make. You say it directly. I don't feel comfortable with her coming because this is my space. Now, she said it later on, but you've already been passive aggressive. That's the point. And what we're seeing from Jjasmine is she can't even hold that passive aggressiveness because it starts to spill out. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm saying for her own sake, and for anybody who's a passive aggressive person, it actually builds up. And when it builds up, it overflows into other areas. You're frustrated about one thing, but then you get into an argument about another thing, and you've got 2 or 3 things happening. And I think the reason why the audience also don't like this as well, because a lot of you guys are passive aggressive. Yes, I'm going to say it, because I'm one of those people, so I can call it out. I am one of those people. A lot of people have issues being able to confront something without going through a back door. A lot of people would have done what Jjasmine did, which is, well, I guess I ain't coming then. That's passive aggressive. Just tell the person, I don't feel comfortable with your cousin coming because of X, Y, and Z. She done this. That's what should have been done at that particular point, and she didn't. Go for it, Ludwin.
You know, if I keep telling someone that I don't want to be around somebody, and they purposely bring it up, I'm gonna be petty and say some weird stuff, because it's like, we've talked about this already. Why are you telling me her name as if she's okay to come?
We haven't spoken about the fact that she would come.
No,
You can't use that example. No.
I'm
Did
giving an
she say
example, right?
no? I'm gonna no, because I'm gonna stop you, because what we're doing now, we're doing that thing again. Did she say at that point that the girl can't come or nah? In that conversation, did she say it?
I don't think she needed to. Because if I told you I don't like somebody,
Stop.
hold on,
No,
hold on.
stop.
Please.
No, stop. Because because the example you're giving is what happens when people miss in communications. Did she say it or not, Ludwin? Because what you're doing, you're going round the mill. At that point, did she say, I don't want her to come? Did she say that?
No, she didn't say
That's
it.
what. Why didn't she say that?
Because I believe if I tell my husband I don't want to be around somebody, why you bring her name up? Like it's okay.
Because it's family. So
No.
now he says, so you can't assume. You
If
have
we
to say it.
discussed it that I don't like this girl, why are you even making her an option to come?
You cannot assume. That's his family. So if he then says, hey, I want this person to come, and you go, I'm gonna wait till I'm gonna get out of this house and then text you, it's still passive aggressive. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. Irrespective of whether you feel like she said something later on or earlier on, it makes no difference. In that moment, what she should have said was X, Y, and Z to let him know this is not I don't want this person in my space. But she waited till later on to message him. She goes on to after party and is mumbling underneath her breath. And the reason why I'm banging on about this, because a lot of people do this in their communication. And then they think, oh, I'm communicating. Yes, you are, but very poorly. Very, very poorly. Avoiding confrontation doesn't make you a great communicator. You have to learn how to be assertive in your communication and say, this is how I feel about it. Otherwise, you do things that are manipulative. You do things behind people's backs. You do things that are going to hurt people, because in real actual respect, you don't feel this way. You don't feel this way, you know?
Kojo, I was going to say, to your point, I think
Yeah.
one of the wives from the MAFS franchise that's really good at that is Amani. She was really good at getting her point across in a very productive type of way. Yeah. And her voice is kind of like, soft. Like, so I get what you're saying. Now that you broke it down, it made me think of Amani, because she was really good at telling what she needed to tell him without offending him and without being disrespectful. So I get it.
I will agree. The talking under your breath and then the texting him later, that is passive aggressive. And you did tell us to separate the cousin, how she's acting with the cousin, from you did say that. I do think that she is speaking up for herself, though. I do think those two instances that you guys gave, and you said certain things that the way she's moving, certain things that she's doing is passive aggressive. But I also think that she is speaking up for herself. As Ludwin says, she was saying, I don't want this girl over here. I don't think that she doesn't respect me. And she has said this out loud. She also said, when he said a 4 or a 5 at the honeymoon, after she thought it was a 7, and he's like, actually, I'm getting friend vibes. And now, yes, she said that in her ITM, but she was like, a 4 or 5. What? She has been speaking up for herself. And I think that, but she is trying to navigate how to speak up for herself, but also be respectful at the same time. So I just think that her not trying to be confrontational, and you guys are saying is passive aggressive. And I think that she's trying to be respectful and non-confrontational. So definitely.
Yeah. I just think that just like some people saw Chris's behavior, right? And Ludwin, you mentioned it. You see it as a form of manipulation. And then we called out him not being direct about not wanting to wear that shirt, right? But having to go around the mulberry bush about wear it, don't wear it, wear it. No, do you really like it? It's the same thing. You're not speaking plainly. Right. And again, we're not demonizing Jjasmine. We're not saying Jjasmine is responsible for ARRIS's behavior. We're not saying her actions are going to change the outcome. What we're saying is she needs to communicate effectively. Again, what she said is an issue for her in past relationships. Right. It is an issue for both of them. and that is an opportunity to more effectively communicate to get better outcomes in general. Because when you don't communicate the way you really feel, right, then it comes out in other ways which aren't healthy for you or the other people in which you're communicating with, right? So it is going to be better for her. Now, just because I may do something toxic or I may do something petty, I can't defend it, right? You know, sometimes I'm rude. I'm not a passive aggressive person. I am a very direct person, but that doesn't mean that just because I'm direct, I'm better than a passive aggressive person. It's just who I am, right? So I also need to work when I'm direct. I need to be conscious of the person that I'm communicating with, right? So in my directness, I need to be sure that I'm communicating effectively. So there's aspects of things that Jjasmine does that I could learn from. Right? You know, I could learn to be a little bit more thoughtful about who I'm speaking to, right? I could learn to be a little bit more softer when I'm delivering a message, as direct as sometimes we need to be. So on the flip side, Jjasmine needs to learn how to be more direct consistently. It doesn't mean she's never direct. She never shares her feelings. She does. It's not what we're saying here. But there are moments where her passive aggressive behavior does show itself. And again, she's admitted it. So I don't understand why we keep arguing about something that the person self-admitted they have they need to change it, you know? And again, I don't think it makes her a bad person. I don't think it makes her a bad wife. I don't think it makes her in control of ARRIS's behavior. I don't think her behavior is worse than his. I think there's opportunities for her to communicate more effectively.
And do you know what's mad? Do you know why? Do you know why? Listen, let me show you why. It's a thingy, right? It's because this stuff, right? You're linking her to being a bad person to the correction of the behavior. I need y'all to stop. Stop it. Stop linking the bad behavior to bad person. The two are not synonymous in this instant. She's not a bad person. She simply has a behavior that we're saying needs to change. Chris is in the same bracket. Chris is in the mother freaking same bracket. Okay? He's in the mother freaking same bracket. How about that now? They're both in the same bracket now. Chris and Jjasmine are terrible communicators when it comes to that. They're passive aggressive, right? It's easy to spot Chris, right? It's okay to accept Chris, right?
I actually think Chris is just passive. I think he's not even aggressive. I think he's just passive.
Aggression's coming. Don't worry. The aggression's coming.
And even everybody keeps talking about this apartment scenario that he gave. I was like, that's not even him being backhandedly aggressive. That's not passive aggressive. I was like, he's just passive. He was like, and he really thought about this because he just waiting for that. He's just passive, period. Passive. He knows other people have walked all over him, and he said she's gonna do the same damn thing. I just think that what's his name? What's the dude? What's his name? ARRIS. I don't even think ARRIS doesn't. ARRIS is like, now I'm gonna have to actually work for her. Like, she is somebody I'm gonna have to work for. I don't want to have to work for my relationship. I don't want to. ARRIS. I don't even think ARRIS would sleep with him if he was a woman. I don't think he would even sleep with him. I think that he doesn't respect. He will lose respect for her if he sleeps with her. That's what I think.
Do you know what would be funny? Yeah, what would be funny is that if you guys had a conversation, I didn't say anything, and I just did a video. That would be passive aggressive. So if I disagreed what you were saying, and I felt some type of way about what you're saying, and I went and did a video instead of actually saying my piece on this panel, that would have been an example of passive aggressive. See, it's not violent. It's not necessarily has to be violent. It's expressing indirectly negative thoughts. Can you do that? If you can't, then you're passive aggressive. It's that simple. I can do it in a different way. I could just go, oh, I didn't say anything on the panel. And then tomorrow you just see a video up at 12 o'clock or 7 o'clock for you, 7 a.m. for you guys. Passive aggressive women. That's what you just see a title there. Passive aggressive women, right? You just see a title. That would be passive aggressive, even though it looks like, oh, Coach just did a video about the situation. No, it's passive aggressive because when I had the opportunity to express negative thoughts to what you were saying, I should have. Now, someone might say, well, no, because you didn't want a confrontation on the panel. It don't make a difference. I should have said what I said because I had thoughts and feelings at that particular time to say to you about what I disagreed with. Do you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, this the reason why this conversation is going for a little while is because we're trying to bring to that establishment of understanding. Do you know what I mean? Which is sometimes good. You know, I don't mind these kind of conversations. I think they're healthy, so that people can get to a better understanding. And sometimes people don't always get it as well. Trey, did you want to say something, Trey? Trey, we just sitting there.
I just got the praying hands up there. I see what's coming. I'm like, let me just pray some good energy. Some good energy to check. I see it coming. It's building. I'm like, we get the tough time. Let me start praying, Lord, have mercy.
You know what's going to happen in the next few weeks? Me and Sean are going to get it in the next few weeks. Watch. Next few weeks, you're gonna see. I guarantee it. I know how my audience is. What will happen is the next few weeks. Oh, that's passive aggressive.
And that's passive aggression too.
That's passive aggressive.
Right? That is passive aggressive.
I did want to say that I do appreciate you guys breaking it down, because I didn't notice that at all when I was watching the episode. So I personally I didn't see anything. So I appreciate you like taking the time to say something, because I didn't see anything like that as passive aggressive. So, because I was hyper focused on the cousin. So thank you.
That's all right. That's okay. It's all good. It's all part of communication and conversation. You know what I mean? Oh, I enjoyed that. Ludwig, do you want to say something? You got your mic open. Do you want to?
Yeah, because like
sorry, go for it.
I know we're trying to come to an understanding.
Yes,
I just want to make it clear to the public, I still disagree.
Thank you for not being passive aggressive and telling us you don't disagree. See, that wasn't hard, was it, guys? You see, she told us straight how she felt. No, I appreciate you, I appreciate you. All right, cool. Listen, I did promise I'd have one more quiz for you guys to give away 7-5. You know what? I'll make it 10, because since the ladies, I think they're a little bit tense. So let me soften it a little bit with my passive aggressive movements. Let me bring it to a 10. You know what I mean? Let me bring it to a 10 for the cash app. So I've got a question for you guys. And the question simply is this. I want to know, guys. I want to know. So for $10 US, okay, for the cash app, I want to know who said, get your fingers ready. Who said, I want to know your 5-year-old self and your 35-year-old self? Who said that line in the show? Type it in the chat. First one gets the $10 US in the cash app. Who said, I want to know your 5-year-old self and your 35-year-old self? It's panel, you're not involved.
Jay Salter.
Why the panel so quick? You don't. Panelists, why are you so quick?
For the win. Jay Suter for the
win. Jay Suter was the fastest one. Jay Suter was the fastest one. So, you know what? There's no prizes for the losers. Sorry. Jay Suter, send us your cash app, and so we can put the money into your account. All right, into your little cash app. You know what I'm saying? You can buy a book on passive aggressive. See, that's passive aggressive. That is. See what I was trying to say there? That's passive aggressive.
Listen, I'm leaving here with something.
I'm leaving here with something. I know you are, bro. You leaving with those 4 hours you spent with me, and I appreciate you, Kerr. I appreciate you, Kerr. So, yes, Jay Suda, send me your cash app. You can message me on email if you don't feel comfortable putting in the chat. I mean, you probably should, because someone else might send you some money. But yes. Oh, shout out, love. Kesha said for the record. Okay, she's about to tell us off. She put for the record. That's the start of a bad one there. She said for the record, asking us to like the videos passive aggressive. Yes, Kesh. You know what, guys? Can you like the live, please? I want you to like the live because I want to grow on YouTube. That's the honest truth. Okay, all right. Press the like button on the live.
Kojo is a growing YouTuber, and the likes and subscribes help greatly.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is not passive aggressive. That is honest.
Wait till I show them passive aggressiveness. How to get them to like the video.
You want passive aggressive? Go to Crystal Lynette on YouTube and subscribe.
Someone said, I'm from around the way. They already know what's coming. I'm from around the way. That needs to be on a t-shirt, you know. I'm from around the way. Uh-huh. Oh, Juliet also said a
It
little
is on a
$5 as
t-shirt.
well. We appreciate you. It is on the t-shirt already. God damn it. They went ahead. Look at someone's dog. For a second, I was about to ask if that's a real dog. You know, the way the head was swaying, I thought it was one of those toys where the head just does the little thing. You get me? Yeah. Jsu, have you sent me your thing so I can send it to you, bro? Oh, sorry, you might be a girl. Apologies. But all right, guys. Sean, can you give us the benediction? Because we've come to the end, and what an ending it was as well. I appreciate that, Kat.
You know what they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right? So we definitely
Come on.
finished with a bang. No pun intended. So listen, I think what we displayed tonight was just yet another example of healthy communication, right? You know, if you agree, if you disagree, state your opinion, right? Sometimes we learn a lot when we sit and we listen and we're able to hear objectively another side of an argument, right? You know, these are great ways for us to be able to learn from each other, to hear each other's perspectives. And that is what makes healthy relationships, right? Having good exchanges, being able to agree and disagree effectively, you know, because in relationships, we ain't going to always see things eye to eye. But if we have the conversation, state our opinion, state how we feel, you know, that makes for a better long-term successful relationship. When it comes to the couples, I'm sorry. I'm going to be aggressive. I don't think none of them going to make it. You know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate they ain't going to make it. I wish them well. I wish them well in their future. You know, listen, I might not have agreed with a lot of things that Dom did, but listen, she said it outright. This ain't the one. This ain't it. I'm moving on. Pack my bags, my box up, and I'm out. Sometimes we got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, right? You know, if we keep bumping up against each other and it ain't going well, sometimes you just got to cut your losses. And I think in a lot of these instances, as we look at the different couples, it's too many hills to climb. God has not designed us to be climbing so many hills and be in so many valleys in relationships. You know, it should be ups and downs, but some ups in the midst of that. So we need, if there's too many valleys in your relationship, you really need to self-assess, because you're going to be in that valley. You know, and Ludwin, we love the avatar. That is passive aggressive. So thank you for defining it in avatar form for us. But, you know, we think about Chris and Nicole, same thing. Speak your mind. Please say how you feel. You don't want to wear the shirt? Tell her. Tell him, tell her. Got to be plain. You know, Kirsten, please keep wearing those shorts, baby girl. I appreciate you. But I also need you to be honest. I need you to be clear. I need you to not circle the drain on what you think or what you don't think of SHAQ. Please, please be honest, be upfront, let her know. And SHAQ, you know, listen, please don't convince yourself. Don't lull yourself into thinking that lady wants you. No matter what she does, no matter what happens, she don't want you, bro. I'm sorry. You know, there's somebody out there for you next. Next, you know, the highly debated Jjasmine and ARRIS. I think we've beat that into submission. But for ARRIS, you know, be kind, be respectful, right? You know, I think that's the biggest issue there. It's killing me. Be kind, be respectful, right? You know, treat her how you would want to be treated. And don't expect somebody to, you know, go into a relationship without any reciprocity, without any energy. There should be a mutual love, a mutual attraction, a mutual caring, right? So, you know, very important in our relationships. And I'll turn it back to you, Coach.
Thank you, Sean. Love it, man. You gotta know when to hold them, when to fold them. Love that. Listen, we've tussled. You see that, audience? You tussled in, and many of you were direct with the tussling. You didn't want to play. You hit me straight. Yeah, we loved it. Yeah, we loved a little bit of a respectful dialogue, and honestly, it was good. All jokes aside, it was a really good panel. I enjoyed the conversation, and the analysis that you guys brought as well. Really did appreciate, you know, some of the points that were brought up by the panelists as well in terms of the characters on the show. And we want to see more of that stuff. You know, we want to see more of that kind of stuff. So honestly, we're looking forward to the next live. You guys made Married at First Sight episode 9 better than it actually was, because episode 9 was not that great, I'll be honest with you, but you guys made it some type of way. See, Ludo not here doing passive aggressive stuff out here. Okay, all right. Jokes. That's gonna be our running joke for the next few weeks. You out here doing some passive aggressive stuff, and you just stop. But no, honestly, audience, been amazing. It's been great. We'll let you know as well. I'm putting a link in the chat as well. So what's going to happen from now on, whenever I do the edits for the super panel, I won't put it on the main channel. I put it onto LBB 91 Daily. So you put a new channel and put it on there, because I think I'm getting congested on my actual channel. There's too much videos coming out, and it's like it's the same content. And I think we need to separate it just to give a bit of, just to clear the congestion, because there's a lot of congestion I'll be seeing on my channel. So I've put the link in the chat. So LBB 91 Daily. It just means that when I edit the videos from the super panels, Married at First Sight, Ready to Love, Bel Air, Love and Marriage DC, or even when I do a long live, what I'll do is I'll constrict it and then I'll pull it on LBB 91 Daily. So make sure you subscribe to that channel as well, so that you can actually catch up that. So if you want it in bite-sized chunks, like I've been doing recently for Married at First Sight, where each couple gets a bite-sized chunk, I'll do it that way as well, so that you guys can actually consume it in a better form, rather than having it all on one channel as well. All right, but we have yes, go for it, Crystal. Yes,
JR, go ahead. JR wants to say something.
Oh, sorry, JR.
Sorry, I was just gonna send a quick birthday shout out to Babs in the comments. Happy birthday!
Ooh. People need to be telling me their birthday so that we can actually give them a proper shout out. You know, yeah, me. I don't want to not give people a shout. Whose birthday is it? Put in the chat if it's your birthday, please. Whose birthday is it?
Babs in the chat. Babs
in the chat. Anyone else their birthday? We got almost 400 people here. Is anyone else birthday here?
Are we doing the birthday song?
I guess we might most do a happy birthday song. Which one we did? There's several of them, you know.
Man, we black. There's only one. No, there's only one. If it ain't Stevie, you ain't right.
Which one are you talking about?
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to ya.
Come on, Chris.
Happy birthday to ya.
Come on.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
There you go, Babs. Listen, the panel have sung happy birthday to you, Babs, as well. And since I'm in a generous mood, if you send me a cash app, I'll send you a little birthday. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, Babs, send us your cash app. I'll send a little something your way. All right, listen, audience. We are about to sign out, and I'm about to mute Trey too because he's singing. All right, we're about to sign out of this place. Okay, all right, we're about to sign out of this place. Okay, Baz, make sure you send us your cash app, please. Don't forget to put it in the chat so I can see it later on, so I can give you the birthday present. All right, but listen, audience, thank you so much. You already know what's coming your way. You know what's coming your way, because we always leave here, and this is now our motto for this year. We're not leaving anywhere without leaving with something. And since JR wants to leave with something, he's gonna leave with this video. That's what he's gonna leave with. I'll send him a hyperlink so he can download it and whatever he wants it for. He's not leaving here without something, and that's what everyone's gonna be doing. All right. Okay, so we appreciate you guys. All right, and make sure, you know what, this week, this is what we want to.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
Always I want problems. Yeah, and now we're gonna leave you with what we need to leave you with. Okay, all right.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the